Hello. Tonight, we begin with the most fascinating fairy tale. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The Sea King's Gift. There was once a fisherman who was called Salmon, and his Christian name was Matt. He lived by the shore of the big sea. Where else could he live? He had a wife called Mai. Could you find a better name for her? In winter, they dwelt in a little cottage by the shore, but in spring, they flitted to a red rock out in the sea and stayed there the whole summer until it was autumn. The cottage on the rock was even smaller than the other. It had a wooden bolt instead of an iron lock to the door, a stone hearth, a flagstaff, and a weathercock on the roof. The rock was called Atola and was not larger than the marketplace of a town. Between the crevices, there grew a little rowan tree and 4 alder bushes. Heaven only knows how they ever came there. Perhaps they were brought by the winter storms. Besides that, there flourished some tufts of velvety grass, some scattered reeds, 2 plants of the yellow herb called tansy, 4 of a red flower, and a pretty white one. But the treasures of the rock consisted of 3 roots of garlic, which May had put in a cleft. Rock walls sheltered them on the north side, and the sun shone on them on the south. This does not seem much, but it sufficed Mai for a herb plot. All good things go in 3s. So Matt and his wife fished for salmon in spring, for herring in summer, and for cod in winter. When on Saturdays the weather was fine and the wind favorable, they sailed to the nearest town, sold their fish, and went to church on Sunday. But it often happened that for weeks at a time they were quite alone on the rock Atola, and had nothing to look at except their little yellow-brown door, which bore the grand name of Prince, their grass tufts, their bushes and blooms, the sea bays and fish, a stormy sky, and the blue, white-crested waves. For the rock lay far away from the land, and there were no green islets or human habitations for miles round. Only here and there appeared a rock of the same red stone as Atola, besprinkled day and night with the ocean spray. Mata and Mai were industrious, hard-working folk, happy and contented in their poor hut. And they thought themselves rich when they were able to salt as many casks of fish as they required for winter, and yet have some left over with which to buy tobacco for the old man, and a pound or 2 of coffee for his wife, with plenty of burned corn and chicory in it to give it a flavor. Besides that, they had bread, butter, fish, a beer cask, and a buttermilk jar. What more did they require? All would have gone well had not Mai been possessed with a secret longing which never let her rest. And this was how she could manage to become the owner of a cow. "What would you do with a cow?" asked Mate. "She could not swim so far, and our boat is not large enough to bring her over here. And even if we had her, we have nothing to feed her on. We have 4 alder bushes and 16 tufts of grass," rejoined Mai. "Yes, of course," laughed Mate. "And we have also 3 plants of garlic. Garlic would be fine feeding for her." "Every cow likes salt herring," rejoined his wife. "Even Prince is fond of fish." "That may be," said her husband. "Methinks she would soon be a dear cow if we had to feed her on salt herring. All very well for Prince, who fights with the gulls over the last morsel. Put the cow out of your head, mother. We are very well off as we are." May sighed. She knew well that her husband was right, but she could not give up the idea of a cow. The buttermilk no longer tasted as good as usual in the coffee. She thought of sweet cream and fresh butter, and of how there was nothing in the world to be compared with them. One day, as Mate and his wife were cleaning herring on the shore, they heard Prince barking, and soon there appeared a gaily painted boat with 3 young men in it, steering towards the rock. They were students on a boating excursion and wanted to get something to eat. "Bring us a junket, good mother," cried they to Mai. "Ah, if only I had such a thing," sighed May. "A can of fresh milk, then," said the students. "But it must not be skim." "Yes, if only I had it," sighed the old woman, still more deeply. "What? Haven't you got a cow?" May was silent. This question so struck her to the heart that she could not reply. "We have no cow," Mate answered, "but we have good smoked herring and can cook them in a couple of hours." "All right then, that will do," said the students as they flung themselves down on the rock, while 50 silvery white herring were turning on the spit in front of the fire. "What's the name of this little stone in the middle of the ocean?" asked one of them. "Ahtola," answered the old man. "Well, you should want for nothing when you live in the Sea King's dominion." Mate did not understand. He had never read Kalevala and knew nothing of the sea gods of old. But the students proceeded to explain to him. "Ahti," said they, "is a mighty king who lives in his dominion of Ahtola and has a rock at the bottom of the sea, and possesses besides a treasury of good things. He rules over all fish and animals of the deep. He has the finest cows and the swiftest horses that ever chewed grass at the bottom of the ocean. He who stands well with Ahti is soon a rich man, but one must beware in dealing with him, for he is very changeful and touchy. Even a little stone thrown into the water might offend him, and then, as he takes back his gift, he stirs up the sea into a storm and drags the sailors down into the depths. Ahti owns also the fairest maidens who bear the train of his queen Wellamos. And at the sound of music, they comb their long, flowing locks, which glisten in the water. "Oh," cried Mata, "have your worships really seen all that?" "We have as good as seen it," said the students. "It is all printed in a book, and everything printed is true." "I'm not so sure of that," said Matt, as he shook his head. But the herring were now ready, and the students ate enough for 6, and gave Prince some cold meat, which they happened to have in the boat. Prince sat on his hind legs with delight, and mewed like a pussy cat. When all was finished, the students handed Mate a shining silver coin and allowed him to fill his pipe with a special kind of tobacco. They then thanked him for his kind hospitality and went on their journey, much regretted by Prince, who sat with a woeful expression and whined on the shore as long as he could see a flip of the boat's white sail in the distance. May had never uttered a word, but thought the more. She had good ears, and had laid to heart the story about Ahti. "How delightful," thought she to herself, "to possess a fairy cow. How delicious every morning and evening to draw milk from it, and yet have no trouble about the feeding, and to keep a shelf near the window for dishes of milk and junkets. But this will never be my luck." "What are you thinking of?" asked Mata. "Nothing," said his wife. But all the time she was pondering over some magic rhymes she had heard in her childhood from an old lame man, which were supposed to bring luck in fishing. "What if I were to try?" thought she. Now this was Saturday, and on Saturday evenings Matt never set the herring net, for he did not fish on Sunday. Towards evening, however, his wife said, "Let us set the herring net just this once." "No," said her husband, "it is a Saturday night. Last night was so stormy, and we caught so little," urged his wife. "Tonight the sea is like a mirror, and with the wind in this direction, the herring are drawing towards land, but there are streaks in the northwestern sky. And Prince was eating grass this evening," said the old man. "Surely he has not eaten my garlic," exclaimed the old woman. "No, but there will be rough weather by tomorrow at sunset," rejoined Mata. "Listen to me," said his wife. "We will set only one net close to the shore, and then we shall be able to finish up our half-filled cask, which will spoil if it stands open so long." The old man allowed himself to be talked over, and so they rowed out with the net. When they reached the deepest part of the water, she began to hum the words of the magic rhyme, altering the words to suit the longings of her heart. "O Ahti, with the long, long beard, who dwellest in the deep blue sea, finest treasures have I heard, and glittering fish belong to thee. The richest pearls, beyond compare, are stored up in thy realm below. And ocean's cows, so sleek and fair, feed on the grass in thy green meadow. King of the waters, far and near, I ask not of thy golden store, I wish not jewels of pearl to wear, nor silver either ask I for, but one is odd and even is two. So give me a cow, sea king so bold, and in return I'll give to you a slice of the moon and the sun's gold. What's that you're humming? Asked the old man. Oh, only the words of an old rhyme that keeps running in my head, answered the old woman, and she raised her voice and went on. Oh, Ahti, with the long, long beard, who dwellest in the deep blue sea, 1,000 cows are in thy herd. I pray thee give one unto me. That's a stupid sort of song, said Matt. What else should one beg of the sea king but fish? But such songs are not for Sunday. His wife pretended not to hear him, and sang the same tune all the time they were on the water. Matt heard nothing more as he sat and rowed the heavy boat, while thinking of his cracked pipe and the fine tobacco. Then they returned to the island, and soon after went to bed. But neither Matt nor May could sleep a wink. The one thought of how he had profaned Sunday, and the other of Ahti's cow. About midnight, the fisherman sat up and said to his wife, Dost thou hear anything? No, said she. I think the twirling of the weathercock on the roof bodes ill, said he. We shall have a storm. Oh, it is nothing but your fancy, said his wife. Matt lay down, but soon rose again. The weathercock is squeaking now, said he. Just fancy. Go to sleep, said his wife. And the old man tried to. For the third time, he jumped out of bed. Ho! How the weathercock is roaring at the pitch of its voice, as if it had a fire inside it. We are going to have a tempest, and must bring in the net. Both rose. The summer night was as dark as if it had been October. The weathercock creaked, and the storm was raging in every direction. As they went out, the sea lay around them as white as snow, and the spray was dashing right over the fisher hut. In all his life, Matt had never remembered such a night. To launch the boat and put to sea to rescue the net was a thing not to be thought of. The fisherman and his wife stood aghast on the doorstep, holding on fast by the doorpost, while the foam splashed over their faces. Did I not tell thee that there is no luck in Sunday fishing? Said Mate sulkily. And his wife was so frightened that she never even once thought of Ahti's cows. As there was nothing to be done, they went in. Their eyes were heavy for lack of slumber, and they slept as soundly as if there had not been such a thing as an angry sea roaring furiously around their lonely dwelling. When they awoke, the sun was high in the heavens. The tempest had ceased, and only the swell of the sea rose in silvery heavings against the red rock. What can that be? said the old woman as she peeped out of the door. "It looks like a big seal," said Mata. "As sure as I live, it's a cow," exclaimed Mai. And certainly it was a cow, a fine red cow, fat and flourishing, and looking as if it had been fed all its days on spinach. It wandered peacefully up and down the shore, and never so much as even looked at the poor little tufts of grass, as if it despised such fare. Matt could not believe his eyes. But a cow she seemed, and a cow she was found to be. And when the old woman began to milk her, every pitcher and pan, even to the baler, was soon filled with the most delicious milk. The old man troubled his head in vain as to how she came there, and sallied forth to seek for his lost net. He had not proceeded far when he found it cast up on the shore, and so full of fish that not a mesh was visible. "It is all very fine to possess a cow," said Matt as he cleaned the fish. "But what are we going to feed her on?" "We shall find some means," said his wife. And the cow found the means herself. She went out and cropped the seaweed, which grew in great abundance near the shore, and always kept in good condition. Every one, Prince alone excepted, thought she was a clever beast. But Prince barked at her, for he had now got a rival. From that day, the red rock overflowed with milk and junkets, and every net was filled with fish. Maat and Mai grew fat on this fine living, and daily became richer. She churned quantities of butter, and he hired 2 men to help him in his fishing. The sea lay before him like a big fish tank, out of which he hauled as many as he required, and the cow continued to fend for herself. In autumn, when Mate and Mai went ashore, the cow went to sea, and in spring, when they returned to the rock, there she stood awaiting them. "We shall require a better house," said Mai the following summer. "The old one is too small for ourselves and the men." "Yes," said Mata. So he built a large cottage with a real lock to the door, and a storehouse for fish as well. And he and his men caught such quantities of fish that they sent tons of salmon, herring, and cod to Russia and Sweden. "I am quite overworked with so many folk," said Mai. "A girl to help me would not come amiss." "Get one then," said her husband. And so they hired a girl. Then May said, "We have too little milk for all these folk. Now that I have a servant, with the same amount of trouble, she could look after 3 cows." "All right then," said her husband, somewhat provoked. "You can sing a song to the fairies." This annoyed May, but nevertheless she rowed out to sea on Sunday night and sang as before, "O Ahti, with the long, long beard, who dwellest in the deep blue sea. 1,000 cows are in thy herd. I pray thee give 3 unto me." The following morning, instead of 1, 3 cows stood on the island, and they all ate seaweed and fended for themselves like the first one. "Art thou satisfied now?" said Mate to his wife. "I should be quite satisfied," said his wife, "if only I had 2 servants to help, and if I had some finer clothes. Don't you know that I am addressed as Madam?" "Well, well," said her husband. So Mai got several servants, and clothes fit for a great lady. Everything would now be perfect, if only we had a little better dwelling for summer. You might build us a 2-story house, and fetch soil to make a garden. Then you might make a little arbor up there to let us have a sea view. And we might have a fiddler to fiddle to us of an evening, and a little steamer to take us to church in stormy weather. "Anything more?" asked Mate. But he did everything that his wife wished. The rock Ahtola became so grand and Mai so great that all the sea urchins and herring were lost in wonderment. Even Prince was fed on beefsteaks and cream scones, till at last he was as round as a butter jar. "Are you satisfied now?" asked Mate. "I should be quite satisfied," said May, "if only I had 30 cows. At least that number is required for such a household." "Go to the ferries," said Mati. His wife set out in the new steamer and sang to the Sea King. Next morning, 30 cows stood on the shore, all finding food for themselves. "Knowest thou, good man, that we are far too cramped on this wretched rock? And where am I to find room for so many cows? There is nothing to be done but to pump out the sea." "Rubbish," said his wife. "Who can pump out the sea? Try with thy new steamer. There is a pump in it." Mei knew well that her husband was only making fun of her, but still her mind was set upon the same subject. "I never could pump the sea out," thought she, "but perhaps I might fill it up. If I were to make a big dam, I might heap up sand and stones and make our island as big again." Mai loaded her boat with stones and went out to sea. The fiddler was with her and fiddled so finely that Ahti and Wellamos and all the sea's daughters rose to the surface of the water to listen to the music. "What is that shining so brightly in the waves?" asked Mai. "That is sea foam glinting in the sunshine," answered the fiddler. "Throw out the stones," said Mai. The people in the boat began to throw out the stones. Splash, splash, right and left, into the foam. One stone hit the nose of Wellamos's chief lady-in-waiting. Another scratched the sea queen herself on the cheek. A third plumped close to Ahti's head and tore off half of the Sea King's beard. Then there was a commotion in the sea. The waves bubbled and bubbled like boiling water in a pot. "Whence comes this gust of wind?" said May. And as she spoke, the sea opened and swallowed up the steamer. May sank to the bottom like a stone, but stretching out her arms and legs, she rose to the surface, where she found the fiddler's fiddle and used it as a float. At the same moment, she saw close beside her the terrible head of Ahti, and he had only half a beard. "Why did you throw stones at me?" roared the Sea King. "Oh, your Majesty, it was a mistake. Put some bear's grease on your beard, and that will soon make it grow again. Dame, did I not give you all you asked for? Nay, even more? Truly, truly, your Majesty. Many thanks for the cows. Well, where is the gold from the sun, and the silver from the moon that you promised me?" "Ah, your Majesty, they have been scattered day and night upon the sea, except when the sky was overcast," slyly answered May. "I'll teach you," roared the Sea King. And with that, he gave the fiddle such a puff that it sent the old woman up like a sky rocket on to her island. There Prince lay, as famished as ever, gnawing the carcass of a crow. There sat Matt in his ragged gray jacket, quite alone, on the steps of the old hut, mending a net. "Heaven's mother," said he, "where are you coming from at such a whirlwind pace? And what makes you in such a dripping condition?" Maisie looked around her amazed and said, "Where is our 2-story house?" "What house?" asked her husband. "Our big house, and the flower garden, and the men and the maids, and the 30 beautiful cows, and the steamer, and everything else?" "You are talking nonsense, Mother," said he. "The students have quite turned your head, for you sang silly songs last evening while we were rowing, and then you could not sleep till early morning. We had stormy weather during the night, and when it was past, I did not wish to waken you, so rowed out alone to rescue the net." "But I've seen Ahti," rejoined Mai. "You've been lying in bed, dreaming foolish fancies, Mother, and then in your sleep you walked into the water." "But there is the fiddle," said Mai, "a fine fiddle. It is only an old stick." "No, no, old woman. Another time we will be more careful. Good luck never attends fishing on a Sunday." The raspberry worm. "Phew," cried Lisa. "Ugh," cried Ina. "What now?" cried the big sister. "A worm," cried Lisa. "On the raspberry," cried Ina. "Kill it," cried Otto. "What a fuss over a poor little worm," said the big sister scornfully. "Yes, when we had cleaned the raspberries so carefully," said Lisa. "It crept out from that very large one," put in Ina. "And supposing someone had eaten the raspberry," said Lisa, "then they would have eaten the worm too," said Ina. "Well, what harm?" said Otto. "Eat a worm," cried Lisa. "And kill him with one bite," murmured Ina. "Just think of it," said Otto, laughing. "Now it is crawling on the table," cried Ina again. "Blow it away," said the big sister. "Tramp on it," laughed Otto. But Lisa took a raspberry leaf, swept the worm carefully onto the leaf, and carried it out into the yard. Then Ina noticed that a sparrow sitting on the fence was just getting ready to pounce on the poor little worm. So she took up the leaf, carried it out into the wood, and hid it under a raspberry bush where the greedy sparrow could not find it. Yes? And what more is there to tell about a raspberry worm? Who would give 3 straws for such a miserable little thing? Yes, but who would not like to live in such a pretty home as it lives in such a fresh, fragrant, dark red cottage, far away in the quiet wood, among flowers and green leaves? Now, it was just dinner time, so they all had a dinner of raspberries and cream. "Be careful with the sugar, Otto," said the big sister. But Otto's plate was like a snowdrift in winter, with just a little red under the snow. Soon after dinner, the big sister said, "Now we have eaten up the raspberries, and we have none left to make preserve for the winter. It would be fine if we could get 2 baskets full of berries. Then we could clean them this evening, and tomorrow we could cook them in the big preserving pan. And then we should have raspberry jam to eat on our bread. Come, let us go to the wood and pick," said Lisa. "Yes, let us," said Ina. "You take the yellow basket, and I will take the green one. Don't get lost, and come back safely in the evening," said the big sister. "Greetings to the raspberry worm," said Otto mockingly. "Next time I meet him, I shall do him the honor of eating him up." So Ina and Lisa went off to the wood. Ah, how delightful it was there! How beautiful! It was certainly tiresome sometimes climbing over the fallen trees and getting caught in the branches and waging war with the juniper bushes and the midges. But what did that matter? The girls climbed well in their short dresses, and soon they were deep in the wood. There were plenty of bilberries and elderberries, but no raspberries. They wandered on, and at last they came. No, it could not be true. They came to a large raspberry wood. The wood had been on fire once, and now raspberry bushes had grown up. And there were raspberry bushes and raspberry bushes as far as the eye could see. Every bush was weighed to the ground with the largest, dark, red, ripe raspberries. Such a wealth of berries as 2 little berry pickers had never found before. Lisa picked. Ina picked. Lisa ate. Ina ate. And in a little while, their baskets were full. "Now we shall go home," said Ina. "No, let us gather a few more," said Lisa. So they put the baskets down on the ground and began to fill their pinafores. And it was not long before their pinafores were full, too. "Now we shall go home," said Lisa. "Yes, now we shall go home," said Ina. Both girls took a basket in one hand and held up her apron in the other, and then turned to go home. But that was easier said than done. They had never been so far in the great wood before. They could not find any road nor path. And soon the girls noticed that they had lost their way. The worst of it was that the shadows of the trees were becoming so long in the evening sunlight. The birds were beginning to fly home, and the day was closing in. At last, the sun went down behind the pine tops, and it was cool and dusky in the great wood. The girls became anxious, but went steadily on, expecting that the wood would soon end, and that they would see the smoke from the chimneys of their home. After they had wandered on for a long time, it began to grow dark. At last they reached a great plain overgrown with bushes, and when they looked around them, they saw, as much as they could in the darkness, that they were among the same beautiful raspberry bushes from which they had picked their baskets and their aprons full. Then they were so tired that they sat down on a stone and began to cry. "I am so hungry," said Lisa. "Yes," said Ina, "if we had only 2 good meat sandwiches now." As she said that, she felt something in her hand, and when she looked down, she saw a large sandwich of bread and chicken. And at the same time, Lisa said, "How very queer. I have a sandwich in my hand." "And I, too," said Ina. "Will you dare to eat it?" "Of course I will," said Lisa. "Ah, if we only had a good glass of milk now." Just as she said that, she felt a large glass of milk between her fingers. And at the same time, Ina cried out, "Lisa, Lisa, I have a glass of milk in my hand. Isn't it queer?" The girls, however, were very hungry, so they ate and drank with a good appetite. When they had finished, Ina yawned, stretched out her arms, and said, "Oh, if only we had a nice, soft bed to sleep on now." Scarcely had she spoken before she felt a nice, soft bed by her side, and there beside Lisa was one too. This seemed to the girls more and more wonderful, but tired and sleepy as they were, they thought no more about it, but crept into the little beds, drew the coverlets over their heads, and were soon asleep. When they awoke, the sun was high in the heavens. The wood was beautiful in the summer morning, and the birds were flying about in the branches and the treetops. At first, the girls were filled with wonder when they saw that they had slept in the wood among the raspberry bushes. They looked at each other. They looked at their beds, which were of the finest flax, covered over with leaves and moss. At last, Lisa said, "Are you awake, Ina?" "Yes," said Ina. "But I am still dreaming," said Lisa. "No," said Ina, "but there is certainly some good fairy living among these raspberry bushes. Ah, if we had only a hot cup of coffee now, and a nice piece of white bread to dip into it." Scarcely had she finished speaking when she saw beside her a little silver tray with a gilt coffee pot, 2 cups of rare porcelain, a sugar basin of fine crystal, silver sugar tongs, and some good fresh white bread. The girls poured out the beautiful coffee, put in the cream and sugar, and tasted it. Never in their lives had they drunk such beautiful coffee. "Now I should like to know very much who has given us all this," said Lisa gratefully. "I have, my little girls," said a voice just then from the bushes. The children looked round wonderingly and saw a little kind-looking old man in a white coat and a red cap limping out from among the bushes, for he was lame in his left foot. Neither Lisa nor Ina could utter a word. They were so filled with surprise. "Don't be afraid, little girls," he said, smiling kindly at them. He could not laugh properly because his mouth was crooked. "Welcome to my kingdom. Have you slept well, and eaten well, and drunk well?" he asked. "Yes, indeed we have," said both the girls. "But tell us—" And they wanted to ask who the old man was, but were afraid to. "I will tell you who I am," said the old man. "I am the Raspberry King, who reigns over all this kingdom of raspberry bushes, and I have lived here for more than 1,000 years. But the Great Spirit who rules over the woods and the sea and the sky did not want me to become proud of my royal power and my long life. Therefore he decreed that one day in every 100 years I should change into a little raspberry worm and live in that weak and helpless form from sunrise till sunset. During that time, my life is dependent on the little worm's life, so that a bird can eat me, a child can pick me with the berries, and trample underfoot my 1,000 years of life. Now yesterday was just my transformation day, and I was taken with the raspberry, and would have been trampled to death if you had not saved my life. Until sunset, I lay helpless in the grass, and when I was swept away from your table, I twisted one of my feet, and my mouth became crooked with terror. But when evening came, and I could take my own form again, I looked for you to thank you and reward you. Then I found you both here in my kingdom, and tried to meet you both as well as I could, without frightening you. Now I will send a bird from my wood to show you the way home. Goodbye, little children. Thank you for your kind hearts. The Raspberry King can show that he is not ungrateful." The children shook hands with the old man and thanked him, feeling very glad that they had saved the little raspberry worm. They were just going when the old man turned round, smiled mischievously with his crooked mouth, and said, "Greetings to Otto from me, and tell him when I meet him again, I shall do him the honor of eating him up." "Oh, please don't do that," cried both the girls, very frightened. "Well, for your sake, I will forgive him," said the old man. "I am not revengeful. Greetings to Otto, and tell him that he may expect a gift from me too. Goodbye." The two girls, light of heart, now took their berries and ran off through the wood after the bird. And soon it began to get lighter in the wood, and they wondered how they could have lost their way yesterday. It seemed so easy and plain now. One can imagine what joy there was when the two reached home. Everyone had been looking for them, and the big sister had not been able to sleep, for she thought the wolves had eaten them up. Otto met them. He had a basket in his hand and said, "Look, here is something that an old man has just left for you." When the girls looked into the basket, they saw a pair of most beautiful bracelets of precious stones, dark red, and made in the shape of a ripe raspberry, and with an inscription, "To Lisa and Ina." Beside them, there was a diamond breast pin in the shape of a raspberry worm. On it was inscribed, "Otto, never destroy the helpless." Otto felt rather ashamed. He quite understood what it meant, but he thought that the old man's revenge was a noble one. The Raspberry King had also remembered the big sister, for when she went in to set the table for dinner, she found 11 big baskets of most beautiful raspberries, and no one knew how they had come there, but everyone guessed. And so there was such a jam making as had never been seen before, and if you like to go and help in it, you might perhaps get a little, for they must surely be making jam still to this very day. The Stones of Plouhinec. Perhaps some of you may have read a book called Kenneth, or the rear guard of the Grand Army of Napoleon. If so, you will remember how the 2 Scotch children found in Russia were taken care of by the French soldiers and prevented as far as possible from suffering from the horrors of the terrible retreat. One of the soldiers, a Breton, often tried to make them forget how cold and hungry they were by telling them tales of his native country, Brittany, which is full of wonderful things. The best and warmest place round the campfire was always given to the children. But even so, the bitter frost would cause them to shiver. It was then that the Breton would begin. Plouhinec is a small town near Hennebon by the sea, and would continue until Kenneth or Effie would interrupt him with an eager question. Then he forgot how his mother had told him the tale, and was obliged to begin all over again. So the story lasted a long while, and by the time it was ended, the children were ready to be rolled up in whatever coverings could be found and go to sleep. It is this story that I am going to tell to you. Plouhinec is a small town near Hennebon by the sea. Around it stretches a desolate moor where no corn can be grown, and the grass is so coarse that no beast grows fat on it. Here and there are scattered groves of fir trees, and small pebbles are so thick on the ground that you might almost take it for a beach. On the further side, the fairies, or Corrigans, as the people called them, had set up, long, long ago, 2 rows of huge stones. Indeed, so tall and heavy were they, that it seemed as if all the fairies in the world could not have placed them upright. Not far off from this great stone avenue, and on the banks of the little river Intel, there lived a man named Marzine and his sister Rozenek. they always had enough black bread to eat, and wooden shoes or sabots to wear, and a pig to fatten. So the neighbors thought them quite rich. And what was still better, they thought themselves rich also. Groac'h was a pretty girl who knew how to make the best of everything, and she could, if she wished, have chosen a husband from the young men of Plouhinec. But she cared for none of them except Bernays, whom she had played with all her life. And Bernays, though he worked hard, was so very, very poor that Marzin told him, roughly, he must look elsewhere for a wife. But whatever Marzin might say, Groac'h smiled and nodded to him as before, and would often turn her head as she passed, and sing snatches of old songs over her shoulder. Christmas Eve had come, and all the men who worked under Marzin or on the farms round about were gathered in the large kitchen to eat the soup flavored with honey, followed by rich puddings, to which they were always invited on this particular night. In the middle of the table was a large wooden bowl with wooden spoons placed in a circle round it, so that each might dip in his turn. The benches were filled, and Marzin was about to give the signal when the door was suddenly thrown open, and an old man came in, wishing the guests a good appetite for their supper. There was a pause, and some of the faces looked a little frightened, for the newcomer was well known to them as a beggar, who was also said to be a wizard who cast spells over the cattle and caused the corn to grow black and old people to die. Of what? Nobody knew. Still, it was Christmas Eve, and besides, it was as well not to offend him. So the farmer invited him in and gave him a seat at the table and a wooden spoon like the rest. There was not much talk after the beggar's entrance, and everyone was glad when the meal came to an end. And the beggar asked if he might sleep in the stable, as he should die of cold if he were left outside. Rather unwillingly, Marzin gave him leave, and bade Bernays take the key and unlock the door. There was certainly plenty of room for a dozen beggars, for the only occupants of the stable were an old donkey and a thin ox. And as the night was bitter, the wizard lay down between them for warmth, with a sack of reeds for a pillow. He had walked far that day, and even wizards get tired sometimes, so in spite of the hard floor, he was just dropping off to sleep when midnight struck from the church tower of Plouhinec. At this sound, the donkey raised her head and shook her ears, and turned towards the ox. "Well, my dear cousin," said she, "and how have you fared since last Christmas Eve, when we had a conversation together?" Instead of answering at once, the ox eyed the beggar with a long look of disgust. "What is the use of talking?" he replied roughly, "when a good-for-nothing creature like that can hear all we say?" "Oh, "You mustn't lose time in grumbling," rejoined the donkey gaily. "And don't you see that the wizard is asleep? His wicked pranks do not make him rich." "Certainly," said the ox. "And he isn't even clever enough to have found out what a piece of luck might befall him a week hence." "What piece of luck?" asked the donkey. "Why, don't you know," inquired the ox, "that once every 100 years the stones on Plouhinec Heath go down to drink at the river, and that while they are away, the treasures underneath them are uncovered?" "Ah, I remember now," replied the donkey. "But the stones return so quickly to their places that you certainly would be crushed to death unless you have in your hands a bunch of crow's foot and of 5-leaved trefoil." "Yes, but that is not enough," said the ox. "Even supposing you get safely by, the treasures you have brought with you will crumble into dust if you do not give in exchange a baptized soul. It is needful that a Christian should die before you can enjoy the wealth of Plouhinec." The donkey was about to ask some further questions when she suddenly found herself unable to speak. The time allowed them for conversation was over. "Ah, my dear creatures," thought the beggar, who had, of course, heard everything. "You are going to make me richer than the richest men of Vannes or Lorient. But I have no time to lose. Tomorrow I must begin to hunt for the precious plants." He did not dare to seek too near Plouhinec, lest somebody who knew the story might guess what he was doing. So he went away further, towards the south, where the air was softer and the plants are always green. From the instant it was light, till the last rays had faded out of the sky, he searched every inch of ground where the magic plants might grow. He scarcely gave himself a minute to eat and drink. But at length he found the crow's foot in a little hollow. Well, that was certainly a great deal. But after all, the crow's foot was of no use without the trefoil, and there was so little time left. He had almost given up hope, when on the very last day, before it was necessary that he should start for Plouhinec, he came upon a little clump of trefoil, half hidden under a rock. Hardly able to breathe from excitement, he sat down and hunted eagerly through the plant which he had torn up. Leaf after leaf he threw aside in disgust, and he had nearly reached the end when he gave a cry of joy. The 5-leaved trefoil was in his hand. The beggar scrambled to his feet, and without a pause walked quickly down the road that led northwards. The moon was bright, and for some hours he kept steadily on, not knowing how many miles he had gone, nor even feeling tired. By and by, the sun rose, and the world began to stir, and stopping at a farmhouse door, he asked for a cup of milk and slice of bread, and permission to rest for a while in the porch. Then he continued his journey, and so, toward sunset on New Year's Eve, he came back to Plouhinec. As he was passing the long line of stones, he saw Bernez working with a chisel on the tallest of them all. "What are you doing there?" called the wizard. "Do you mean to hollow out for yourself a bed in that huge column?" "No," replied Bernez quietly. "But as I happened to have no work to do today, I thought I would just carve a cross on this stone. The holy sign can never come amiss. I believe you think it will help you to win Rosenich," laughed the old man. Bernez ceased his task for a moment to look at him. "Ah, so you know about that," replied he. "Unluckily, Marzine wants a brother-in-law who has more pounds than I have pence. And suppose I were to give you more pounds than Marzine ever dreamed of," whispered the sorcerer, glancing round to make sure that no one overheard him. "You?" "Yes, I. And what am I to do to gain the money?" inquired Bernez, who knew quite well that the Breton peasant gives nothing for nothing. "What I want of you only needs a little courage," answered the old man. "If that is all, tell me what I have got to do, and I will do it," cried Bernez, letting fall his chisel. "If I have to risk 30 deaths, I am ready." When the beggar knew that Bernez would give him no trouble, he told him how, during that very night, the treasures under the stones would be uncovered, and how in a very few minutes they could take enough to make them both rich for life. But he kept silence as to the fate that awaited the man who was without the crow's foot and the trefoil. And Bernez thought that nothing but boldness and quickness were necessary. So he said, "Old man, I am grateful indeed for the chance you have given me, and there will always be a pint of my blood at your service. Just let me finish carving this cross. It is nearly done, and I will join you in the fir wood at whatever hour you please. You must be there without fail an hour before midnight," answered the wizard, and went on his way. As the hour struck from the great church at Plouhinec, Bernez entered the wood. He found the beggar already there with a bag in each hand, and a third slung round his neck. "You are punctual," said the old man, "but we need not start just yet. You had better sit down and think what you will do when your pockets are filled with gold and silver and jewel." "Oh, it won't take me long to plan out that," returned Bernez with a laugh. "I shall give Rosenich everything she can desire, dresses of all sorts, from cotton to silk, and good things of all kinds to eat, from white bread to oranges. The silver you find will pay for all that. And what about the gold? With the gold, I shall make rich Rosenich's relations, and every friend of hers in the parish," replied he. "So much for the gold and the jewels? Then," cried Bernez, "I will divide the jewels amongst everybody in the world, so that they may be wealthy and happy. And I will tell them that it is Rosenich who would have it so. Hush, it is close on midnight. We must go." whispered the wizard, and together they crept to the edge of the wood. With the first stroke of 12, a great noise arose over the silent heath, and the earth seemed to rock under the feet of the two watchers. The next moment, by the light of the moon, they beheld the huge stones near them leave their places and go down the slope leading to the river, knocking against each other in their haste. Passing the spot where stood Bernays and the beggar, they were lost in the darkness. It seemed as if a procession of giants had gone by. "Quick," said the wizard, in a low voice, and he rushed towards the empty holes, which even in the night shone brightly from the treasures within them. Flinging himself on his knees, the old man began filling the wallets he had brought, listening intently all the time for the return of the stones up the hill, while Bernays more slowly put handfuls of all he could see into his pockets. The sorcerer had just closed his third wallet and was beginning to wonder if he could carry away any more treasures when a low murmur, as of a distant storm, broke upon his ears. The stones had finished drinking and were hastening back to their places. On they came, bent a little forward, the tallest of them all at their head, breaking everything that stood in their way. At the sight, Bernays stood transfixed with horror and said, "We are lost. They will crush us to death." "Not me," answered the sorcerer, holding up the crow's foot and the 5-leaved trefoil. "For these will preserve me. But in order to keep my riches, I was obliged to sacrifice a Christian to the stones, and an evil fate threw you in my way." And as he spoke, he stretched out the magic herbs to the stones, which were advancing rapidly. As if acknowledging a power greater than theirs, the monstrous things instantly parted to the right and left of the wizard, but closed their ranks again as they approached Bernays. The young man did not try to escape. He knew it was useless, and sank on his knees and closed his eyes. But suddenly, the tall stone that was leading stopped straight in front of Bernays, so that no other could get past. It was the stone on which Bernays had carved the cross, and it was now a baptized stone, and had power to save him. So the stone remained before the young man till the rest had taken their places, and then, darting like a bird to its own hole, came upon the beggar, who, thinking himself quite safe, was staggering along under the weight of his treasures. Seeing the stone approaching, he held out the magic herbs which he carried. But the baptized stone was no longer subject to the spells that bound the rest, and passed straight on its way, leaving the wizard crushed into powder in the heather. Then Bernays went home and showed his wealth to Marzin, who this time did not refuse him as a brother-in-law, and he and Rosenec were married and lived happy forever after. The Castle of Kerglas. Plouhinec was a poor idiot who belonged to nobody, and he would have died of starvation if it had not been for the kindness of the village people, who gave him food whenever he chose to ask for it. And as for Abaid, when night came and he grew sleepy, he looked about for a heap of straw, and making a hole in it, crept in, like a lizard. Idiot though he was never unhappy, but always thanked gratefully those who fed him, and sometimes would stop for a little and sing to them. For he could imitate a lark so well that no one knew which was Plouhinec and which was the bird. He had been wandering in a forest one day for several hours, and when evening approached, he suddenly felt very hungry. Luckily, just at that place, the trees grew thinner, and he could see a small farmhouse a little way off. Plouhinec went straight towards it, and found the farmer's wife standing at the door, holding in her hands the large bowl out of which her children had eaten their supper. "I am hungry. Will you give me something to eat?" asked the boy. "If you can find anything here, you are welcome to it," answered she. And indeed, there was not much left, as everybody's spoon had dipped in. But Plouhinec ate what was there with a hearty appetite, and thought that he had never tasted better food. It is made of the finest flour, and mixed with the richest milk, and stirred by the best cook in all the countryside. And though he said it to himself, the woman heard him. "Poor innocent," she murmured. "He does not know what he is saying, but I will cut him a slice of that new wheaten loaf." And so she did, and Plouhinec ate up every crumb, and declared that nobody less than the bishop's baker could have baked it. This flattered the farmer's wife so much that she gave him some butter to spread on it, and Plouhinec was still eating it on the doorstep when an armed knight rode up. "Can you tell me the way to the Castle of Kerglas?" asked he. "To Kerglas? Are you really going to Kerglas?" cried the woman, turning pale. "Yes, and in order to get there, I have come from a country so far off that it has taken me 3 months hard riding to travel as far as this." "And why do you want to go to Kerglas?" said she. "I am seeking the basin of gold and the lance of diamonds which are in the castle," he answered. Then Plouhinec looked up. "The basin and the lance are very costly things," he said suddenly, "more costly and precious than all the crowns in the world," replied the stranger. "For not only will the basin furnish you with the best food that you can dream of, but if you drink of it, it will cure you of any illness, however dangerous, and will even bring the dead back to life if it touches their mouths. As to the diamond lance, that will cut through any stone or metal." "And to whom do these wonders belong?" asked Plouhinec in amazement. "To a magician named Groac'h, who lives in the castle," answered the woman. "Every day he passes along here, mounted on a black mare, with a colt 13 months old trotting behind. But no one dares to attack him, as he always carries his lance "That is true," said the knight, "but there is a spell laid upon him which forbids his using it within the Castle of Kerglas. The moment he enters, the basin and lance are put away in a dark cellar, which no key but one can open. And that is the place where I wish to fight the magician." "You will never overcome him, Sir Knight," replied the woman, shaking her head. "More than 100 gentlemen have ridden past this house bent on the same errand, and not one has ever come back." "I know that, good woman," returned the knight. "But then they did not have, like me, instructions from the hermit of Blavet." "And what did the hermit tell you?" asked Plouhinec. "He told me that I should have to pass through a wood full of all sorts of enchantments and voices, which would try to frighten me and make me lose my way. Most of those who have gone before me have wandered they know not where, and perished from cold, hunger, or fatigue." "Well, suppose you get through safely," said the idiot. "If I do," continued the knight, "I shall then meet a sort of fairy armed with a needle of fire, which burns to ashes all it touches. This dwarf stands guarding an apple tree, from which I am bound to pluck an apple." "And next?" inquired Plouhinec. "Next, I shall find the flower that laughs, protected by a lion whose mane is formed of vipers. I must pluck that flower, and go on to the lake of the dragons, and fight the black man, who holds in his hand the iron ball which never misses its mark, and returns of its own accord to its master. After that, I enter the Valley of Pleasure, where some who conquered all the other obstacles have left their bones. If I can win through this, I shall reach a river with only one ford, where a lady in black will be seated. She will mount my horse behind me and tell me what I am to do next." He paused, and the woman shook her head. "You will never be able to do all that," said she. But he bade her remember that these were only matters for men, and galloped away down the path she pointed out. The farmer's wife sighed, and giving Plouhinec some more food, bade him good night. The idiot rose and was opening the gate which led into the forest when the farmer himself came up. "I want a boy to tend my cattle," he said abruptly, "as the one I had has run away. Will you stay and do it?" And Plouhinec, though he loved his liberty and hated work, recollected the good food he had eaten, and agreed to stop. At sunrise, he collected his herd carefully, and led them to the rich pasture which lay along the borders of the forest, cutting himself a hazel wand with which to keep them in order. His task was not quite so easy as it looked, for the cows had a way of straying into the wood, and by the time he had brought one back, another was off. He had gone some distance into the trees after a naughty black cow, which gave him more trouble than all the rest, when he heard the noise of horses' feet. And peeping through the leaves, he beheld the giant Groac'h seated on his mare, with the colt trotting behind. Round the giant's neck hung the golden bowl suspended from a chain, and in his hand he grasped the diamond lance, which gleamed like fire. But as soon as he was out of sight, the idiot sought in vain for traces of the path he had taken. This happened not only once, but many times, till Plouhinec grew so used to him that he never troubled to hide. But on each occasion, he saw him the desire to possess the bowl, and the lance became stronger. One evening, the boy was sitting alone on the edge of the forest, when a man with a white beard stopped beside him. "Do you want to know the way to Kerglas?" asked the idiot. And the man answered, "I know it well." "You have been there without being killed by the magician?" cried Plouhinec. "Oh, he had nothing to fear from me," replied the white-bearded man. "I am Groac'h's elder brother, the wizard Groac'h. When I wish to visit him, I always pass this way. And as even I cannot go through the enchanted wood without losing myself, I call the colt to guide me." Stooping down as he spoke, he traced 3 circles on the ground and murmured some words very low, which Plouhinec could not hear. Then he added aloud, "Colt, free to run and free to eat. Colt, gallop fast until we meet." And instantly the colt appeared, frisking and jumping to the wizard, who threw a halter over his neck and leapt on his back. Plouhinec kept silence at the farm about this adventure, but he understood very well that if he was ever to get to Kerglas, he must first catch the colt, which knew the way. Unhappily, he had not heard the magic words uttered by the wizard, and he could not manage to draw the 3 circles. So if he was to summon the colt at all, he must invent some other means of doing it. All day long, while he was herding the cows, he thought and thought how he was to call the colt. For he felt sure that once on its back, he could overcome the other dangers. Meantime, he must be ready in case a chance should come, and he made his preparations at night, when everyone was asleep. Remembering what he had seen the wizard do, he patched up an old halter that was hanging in a corner of the stable, twisted a rope of hemp to catch the colt's feet, and a net such as is used for snaring birds. Next, he sewed roughly together some bits of cloth to serve as a pocket, and this he filled with glue and lark's feathers, a string of beads, a whistle of elder wood, and a slice of bread rubbed over with bacon fat. Then he went out to the path down which Groac'h, his mare, and the colt always rode, and crumbled the bread on one side of it. Punctual to their hour, all 3 appeared, eagerly watched by Plouhinec, who lay hid in the bushes close by. Suppose it was useless? Suppose the mare, and not the colt, ate the crumbs? Suppose, but no. The mare and her rider went safely by, vanishing round a corner, while the colt, trotting along with its head on the ground, smelt the bread and began greedily to lick up the pieces. Oh, how good it was! Why had no one ever given it that before? And so absorbed was the little beast, sniffing about after a few more crumbs, that it never heard Plouhinec creep up till it felt the halter on its neck and the rope round its feet. And, in another moment, someone on its back, going as fast as the hobbles would allow, the colt turned into one of the wildest parts of the forest, while its rider sat trembling at the strange sights he saw. Sometimes the earth seemed to open in front of them, and he was looking into a bottomless pit. Sometimes the trees burst into flames, and he found himself in the midst of a fire. Often, in the act of crossing a stream, the water rose and threatened to sweep him away. And again, at the foot of a mountain, great rocks would roll towards him, as if they would crush him and his colt beneath their weight. To his dying day, Plouhinec never knew whether these things were real or if he only imagined them, but he pulled down his knitted cap so as to cover his eyes, and trusted the colt to carry him down the right road. At last, the forest was left behind, and they came out on a wide plain where the air blew fresh and strong. The idiot ventured to peep out, and found to his relief that the enchantments seemed to have ended, though a thrill of horror shot through him as he noticed the skeletons of men scattered over the plain, beside the skeletons of their horses. And what were those gray forms trotting away in the distance? Could they be wolves? But vast though the plain seemed, it did not take long to cross, and very soon the colt entered a sort of shady park in which was standing a single apple tree, its branches bowed down to the ground with the weight of its fruit. In front was the Corrigan, the little ferryman, holding in his hand the fiery sword, which reduced to ashes everything it touched. At the sight of Plouhinec, he uttered a piercing scream and raised his sword. But without appearing surprised, the youth only lifted his cap, though he took care to remain at a little distance. "Do not be alarmed, my prince," said Plouhinec. "I am just on my way to Kerglas, as the noble Groac'h has begged me to come to him on business." "Begged you to come," repeated the dwarf. "And who, then, are you?" "I am the new servant he has engaged, as you know very well," answered Plouhinec. "I do not know at all," rejoined the Corrigan sulkily. "And you may be a robber for all I can tell." "I am so sorry," replied Plouhinec, "but I may be wrong in calling myself a servant, for I am only a bird catcher. But do not delay me, I pray, for His Highness, the magician, expects me, and as you see, has lent me his colt so that I may reach the castle all the quicker." At these words, the Corrigan cast his eyes for the first time on the colt, which he knew to be the one belonging to the magician, and began to think that the young man was speaking the truth. After examining the horse, he studied the rider, who had such an innocent and indeed vacant air that he appeared incapable of inventing a story. Still, the dwarf did not feel quite sure that all was right, and asked what the magician wanted with a bird catcher. From what he says, he wants one very badly, replied Plouhinec, as he declares that all his grain and all the fruit in his garden at Kerglas are eaten up by the birds. And how are you going to stop that, my fine fellow? Inquired the Corrigan. And Plouhinec showed him the snare he had prepared, and remarked that no bird could possibly escape from it. That is just what I should like to be sure of, answered the Corrigan. My apples are completely eaten up by blackbirds and thrushes. Lay your snare, and if you can manage to catch them, I will let you pass. That is a fair bargain. And as he spoke, Plouhinec jumped down and fastened his colt to a tree. Then, stooping, he fixed one end of the net to the trunk of the apple tree, and called to the Corrigan to hold the other while he took out the pegs. The dwarf did as he was bid, when suddenly Plouhinec threw the noose over his neck and drew it close, and the Corrigan was held as fast as any of the birds he wished to snare. Shrieking with rage, he tried to undo the cord, but he only pulled the knot tighter. He had put down the sword on the grass, and Plouhinec had been careful to fix the net on the other side of the tree, so that it was now easy for him to pluck an apple and to mount his horse without being hindered by the dwarf, whom he left to his fate. When they had left the plain behind them, Plouhinec and his steed found themselves in a narrow valley in which was a grove of trees, full of all sorts of sweet-smelling things, roses of every color, yellow broom, pink honeysuckle, while above them all towered a wonderful scarlet pansy, whose face bore a strange expression. This was the flower that laughs, and no one who looked at it could help laughing too. Plouhinec's heart beat high at the thought that he had reached safely the second trial, and he gazed quite calmly at the lion, with the mane of vipers twisting and twirling, who walked up and down in front of the grove. The young man pulled up and removed his cap, for, idiot though he was, he knew that when you have to do with people greater than yourself, a cap is more useful in the hand than on the head. Then, after wishing all kinds of good fortune to the lion and his family, he inquired if he was on the right road to Kerglas. "And what is your business at Kerglas?" asked the lion with a growl and showing his teeth. "With all respect," answered Plouhinec, pretending to be very frightened, "I am the servant of a lady who is a friend of the noble Groac'h, and sends him some larks for a pasty." "Larks!" cried the lion, licking his long whiskers. "Why, it must be a century since I have had any. Have you a large quantity with you?" "As many as this bag will hold," replied Plouhinec, opening, as he spoke, the bag which he had filled with feathers and glue. And to prove what he said, he turned his back on the lion and began to imitate the song of a lark. "Come," exclaimed the lion, whose mouth watered. "Show me the birds. I should like to see if they are fat enough for my master." "I would do it with pleasure," answered the idiot. "But if I once open the bag, they will all fly away." "Well, open it wide enough for me to look in," said the lion, drawing a little nearer. Now, this was just what Plouhinec had been hoping for. So he held the bag while the lion opened it carefully and put his head right inside so that he might get a good mouthful of larks. But the mass of feathers and glue stuck to him, and before he could pull his head out again, Plouhinec had drawn tight the cord and tied it in a knot that no man could untie. Then, quickly gathering the flower that laughs, he rode off as fast as the colt could take him. Colt. The path soon led to the lake of the dragons, which he had to swim across. The colt, who was accustomed to it, plunged into the water without hesitation. But as soon as the dragons caught sight of Plouhinec, they approached from all parts of the lake in order to devour him. This time, Plouhinec did not trouble to take off his cap, but he threw the beads he carried with him into the water, as you throw black corn to a duck, and with each bead that he swallowed, a dragon turned on his back and died, so that the idiot reached the other side without further trouble. The valley guarded by the black man now lay before him, and from afar Plouhinec beheld him, chained by one foot to a rock at the entrance, and holding the iron ball which never missed its mark, and always returned to its master's hand. In his head, the black man had 6 eyes that were never all shut at once, but kept watch one after the other. At this moment, they were all open, and Plouhinec knew well that if the black man caught a glimpse of him, he would cast his ball. So, hiding the colt behind a thicket of bushes, he crawled along a ditch and crouched close to the very rock to which the black man was chained. The day was hot, and after a while the man began to grow sleepy. 2 of his eyes closed, and Plouhinec sang gently. In a moment, a 3rd eye shut, and Plouhinec sang on. The lid of a 4th eye dropped heavily, and then those of the 5th and the 6th. The black man was asleep altogether. Then, on tiptoe, the idiot crept back to the colt, which he led over soft moss past the black man into the vale of pleasure, a delicious garden full of fruits that dangled before your mouth, fountains running with wine, and flowers chanting in soft little voices. Further on, tables were spread with food, and girls dancing on the grass called to him to join them. Plouhinec heard, and scarcely knowing what he did, drew the colt into a slower pace. He sniffed greedily the smell of the dishes, and raised his head the better to see the dancers. Another instant, and he would have stopped altogether and been lost, like others before him, when suddenly there came to him, like a vision, the golden bowl and the diamond lance. Drawing his whistle from his pocket, he blew it loudly, so as to drown the sweet sounds about him, and ate what was left of his bread and bacon to still the craving of the magic fruits. His eyes he fixed steadily on the ears of the colt, that he might not see the dancers. In this way, he was able to reach the end of the garden, and at length perceived the Castle of Kerglas, with the river between them, which had only one ford. Would the lady be there, as the old man had told him? Yes, surely that was she, sitting on a rock, in a black satin dress, and her face the color of a Moorish woman's. The idiot rode up, and took off his cap more politely than ever, and asked if she did not wish to cross the river. "I was waiting for you to help me do so," answered she. "Come near, that I may get up behind you." Plouhinec did as she bade him, and by the help of his arm, she jumped nimbly onto the back of the colt. "Do you know how to kill the magician?" asked the lady, as they were crossing the ford. "I thought that, being a magician, he was immortal, and that no one could kill him," replied Plouhinec. "Persuade him to taste that apple, and he will die. And if that is not enough, I will touch him with my finger, for I am the plague," answered she. "But if I kill him, how am I to get the golden bowl and the diamond lance that are hidden in the cellar without a key?" rejoined Plouhinec. "The flower that laughs opens all doors and lightens all darkness," said the lady. And as she spoke, they reached the further bank and advanced towards the castle. In front of the entrance was a sort of tent supported on poles, and under it the giant was sitting, basking in the sun. As soon as he noticed the colt bearing Plouhinec and the lady, he lifted his head and cried in a voice of thunder, "Why, it is surely the idiot riding my colt 13 months old." "Greatest of magicians, you are right," answered Plouhinec. "And how did you manage to catch him?" asked the giant. "By repeating what I learnt from your brother Groac'h on the edge of the forest," replied the idiot. "I just said, 'Colt, free to run and free to eat. Colt, gallop fast until we meet,' and it came directly." "You know my brother, then?" inquired the giant. "Tell me why he sent you here." "To bring you 2 gifts which he has just received from the country of the Moors," answered Plouhinec. "The apple of delight and the woman of submission. If you eat the apple, you will not desire anything else, and if you take the woman as your servant, you will never wish for another." "Well, give me the apple, and bid the woman get down," answered Groac'h. The idiot obeyed, but at the first taste of the apple, the giant staggered, and as the long yellow finger of the woman touched him, he fell dead, leaving the magician where he lay. Plouhinec entered the palace, bearing with him the flower that laughs. 50 doors flew open before him, and at length he reached a long flight of steps which seemed to lead into the bowels of the earth. Down these he went till he came to a silver door without a bar or key. Then he held up high the flower that laughs, and the door slowly swung back, displaying a deep cavern which was as bright as day from the shining of the golden bowl and the diamond lance. The idiot hastily ran forward and hung the bowl round his neck from the chain which was attached to it, and took the lance in his hand. As he did so, the ground shook beneath him, and with an awful rumbling, the palace disappeared, and Plouhinec found himself standing close to the forest where he led the cattle to graze. Though darkness was coming on, Plouhinec never thought of entering the farm, but followed the road which led to the court of the Duke of Brittany. As he passed through the town of Vannes, he stopped at a tailor's shop and bought a beautiful costume of brown velvet and a white horse, which he paid for with a handful of gold that he had picked up in the corridor of the Castle of Kerglas. Thus he made his way to the city of Nantes, which at that moment was besieged by the French. A little way off, Plouhinec stopped and looked about him. For miles round the country was bare, for the enemy had cut down every tree and burnt every blade of corn. And idiot though he might be, Plouhinec was able to grasp that inside the gates men were dying of famine. He was still gazing with horror when a trumpeter appeared on the walls, and after blowing a loud blast, announced that the Duke would adopt as his heir the man who could drive the French out of the country. On the four sides of the city, the trumpeter blew his blast, and the last time Plouhinec, who had ridden up as close as he might, answered him. "You need blow no more," said he, "for I myself will free the town from her enemies." And turning to a soldier who came running up, waving his sword, he touched him with the magic lance, and he fell dead on the spot. The men who were following stood still, amazed. Their comrade's armor had not been pierced. Of that they were sure. Yet he was dead, as if he had been struck to the heart. But before they had time to recover from their astonishment, Plouhinec cried out, "You see how my foes will fare. Now behold what I can do for my friends." And stooping down, he laid the golden bowl against the mouth of the soldier, who sat up as well as ever. Then, jumping his horse across the trench, he entered the gate of the city, which had opened wide enough to receive him. The news of these marvels quickly spread through the town, and put fresh spirit into the garrison, so that they declared themselves able to fight under the command of the young stranger. And as the bowl restored all the dead Bretons to life, Plouhinec soon had an army large enough to drive away the French, and fulfilled his promise of delivering his country. As to the bowl and the lands, no one knows what became of them, but some say that Groac'h the sorcerer managed to steal them again, and that anyone who wishes to possess them must seek them, as Plouhinec did. The Battle of the Birds. There was to be a great battle between all the creatures of the earth and the birds of the air. News of it went abroad, and the son of the king of Tethertown said that when the battle was fought, he would be there to see it, and would bring back word who was to be king. But in spite of that, he was almost too late, and every fight had been fought save the last, which was between a snake and a great black raven. Both struck hard, but in the end, the snake proved the stronger, and would have twisted himself round the neck of the raven till he died, had not the king's son drawn his sword and cut off the head of the snake at a single blow. And when the raven beheld that his enemy was dead, he was grateful, and said, "For thy kindness to me this day, I will show thee a sight. So come up now on the root of my 2 wings." The king's son did as he was bid, and before the raven stopped flying, they had passed over 7 bens and 7 glens and 7 mountain moors. "Do you see that house yonder?" said the raven at last. "Go straight to it, for a sister of mine dwells there, and she will make you right welcome. And if she asks, 'Wert thou at the battle of the birds?' answer that thou wert. And if she asks, 'Didst thou see my likeness?' answer that thou sawest it, but be sure thou meetest me in the morning at this place." The king's son followed what the raven told him, and that night he had meat of each meat, and drink of each drink, warm water for his feet, and a soft bed to lie in. Thus it happened the next day and the next. But on the 4th morning, instead of meeting the raven, in his place the king's son found waiting for him the handsomest youth that ever was seen, with a bundle in his hand. "Is there a raven hereabouts?" asked the king's son. And the youth answered, "I am that raven, and I was delivered by thee from the spells that bound me, and in reward thou wilt get this bundle. Go back by the road thou camest, and lie as before, a night in each house, but be careful not to unloose the bundle till thou art in the place wherein thou wouldst most wish to dwell." Then the king's son set out, and thus it happened as it had happened before, till he entered a thick wood near his father's house. He had walked a long way, and suddenly the bundle seemed to grow heavier. First, he put it down under a tree, and next, he thought he would look at it. The string was easy to untie, and the king's son soon unfastened the bundle. What was it he saw there? Why, a great castle with an orchard all about it, and in the orchard fruit and flowers and birds of every kind. It was all ready for him to dwell in, but instead of being in the midst of the forest, he did wish he had left the bundle unloosed till he had reached the green valley close to his father's palace. Well, it was no use wishing, and with a sigh he glanced up and beheld a huge giant coming towards him. "Bad is the place where thou hast built thy house, king's son," said the giant. "True, it is not here that I wish it to be," answered the king's son. "What reward wilt thou give me if I put it back in the bundle?" asked the giant. "What reward dost thou ask?" answered the king's son. "The first boy thou hast when he is 7 years old," said the giant. "If I have a boy, thou shalt get him," answered the king's son. And as he spoke, the castle and the orchard were tied up in the bundle again. "Now take thy road, and I will take mine," said the giant. "And if thou forgettest thy promise, I will remember it. Light of heart." The king's son went on his road till he came to the green valley near his father's palace. Slowly he unloosed the bundle, fearing lest he should find nothing but a heap of sondies or rags. But no, all was as it had been before, and as he opened the castle door, there stood within the most beautiful maiden that ever was seen. "Enter, king's son," said she. "All is ready, and we will be married at once." And so they were. The maiden proved a good wife, and the king's son, now himself a king, was so happy that he forgot all about the giant. 7 years and a day had gone by, when one morning, while standing on the ramparts, he beheld the giant striding towards the castle. Then he remembered his promise, and remembered too that he had told the queen nothing about it. Now he must tell her, and perhaps she might help him in his trouble. The queen listened in silence to his tale, and after he had finished, she only said, "Leave thou the matter between me and the giant." And as she spoke, the giant entered the hall and stood before them. "Bring out your son," cried he to the king, "as you promised me 7 years and a day since." The king glanced at his wife, who nodded, so he answered, "Let his mother first put him in order." And the queen left the hall, and took the cook's son, and dressed him in the prince's clothes, and led him up to the giant, who held his hand, and together they went out along the road. They had not walked far when the giant stopped and stretched out a stick to the boy. "If your father had that stick, what would he do with it?" asked he. "If my father had that stick, he would beat the dogs and cats that steal the king's meat," replied the boy. "Thou art the cook's son," cried the giant. "Go home to thy mother." And turning his back, he strode straight to the castle. "If you seek to trick me this time, the highest stone will soon be the lowest," said he. And the king and queen trembled, but they could not bear to give up their boy. "The butler's son is the same age as ours," whispered the queen. "He will not know the difference." And she took the child and dressed him in the prince's clothes, and the giant led him away along the road. Before they had gone far, he stopped and held out a stick. "If thy father had that rod, what would he do with it?" asked the giant. "He would beat the dogs and cats that break the king's glasses," answered the boy. "Thou art the son of the butler," cried the giant. "Go home to thy mother." And turning round, he strode back angrily to the castle. "Bring out thy son at once," roared he, "or the stone that is highest will be lowest." And this time the real prince was brought. But though his parents wept bitterly and fancied the child was suffering all kinds of dreadful things, the giant treated him like his own son, though he never allowed him to see his daughters. The boy grew to be a big boy, and one day the giant told him that he would have to amuse himself alone for many hours, as he had a journey to make. So the boy wandered by the river and down to the sea, and at last he wandered to the top of the castle, where he had never been before. There he paused, for the sound of music broke upon his ears, and opening a door near him, he beheld a girl sitting by the window, holding a harp. "Haste and begone. I see the giant close at hand," she whispered hurriedly. "But when he is asleep, return hither, for I would speak with thee." And the prince did as he was bid, and when midnight struck, he crept back to the top of the castle. "Tomorrow," said the girl, who was the giant's daughter, "tomorrow thou wilt get the choice of my 2 sisters to marry. But thou must answer that thou wilt not take either, but only me. This will anger him greatly, for he wishes to betroth me to the son of the king of the Green City, whom I like not at all." Then they parted, and on the morrow, as the girl had said, the giant called his 3 daughters to him, and likewise the young prince, to whom he spoke. "Now, O son of the king of Tethertown, the time has come for us to part. Choose one of my 2 elder daughters to wife, and thou shalt take her to your father's house the day after the wedding." "Give me the youngest instead," replied the youth, and the giant's face darkened as he heard him. "3 things must thou do first," said he. "Say on, I will do them," replied the prince. And the giant left the house and bade him follow to the byre, where the cows were kept. "For 100 years no man has swept this byre," said the giant. "But if by nightfall, when I reach home, thou hast not cleaned it, so that a golden apple can roll through it from end to end, thy blood shall pay for it." All day long the youth toiled, but he might as well have tried to empty the ocean. At length, when he was so tired he could hardly move, the giant's youngest daughter stood in the doorway. "Lay down thy weariness," said she. And the king's son, thinking he could only die once, sank on the floor at her bidding and fell sound asleep. When he woke, the girl had disappeared, and the byre was so clean that a golden apple could roll from end to end of it. He jumped up in surprise, and at that moment in came the giant. "Hast thou cleaned the byre, king's son?" asked he. "I have cleaned it," answered he. "Well, since thou wert so active today, tomorrow thou wilt thatch this byre with a feather from every different bird. or else thy blood shall pay for it." And he went out. Before the sun was up, the youth took his bow and his quiver and set off to kill the birds. Off to the moor he went, but never a bird was to be seen that day. At last, he got so tired with running to and fro that he gave up heart. "There is but one death I can die," thought he. Then at midday came the giant's daughter. "Thou art tired, king's son?" said she. "I am," answered he. "All these hours have I wandered, and there fell but these 2 blackbirds, both of one color. Lay down thy weariness on the grass," said she. And he did as she bade him, and fell fast asleep. When he woke, the girl had disappeared, and he got up and returned to the byre. As he drew near, he rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was dreaming. For there it was, beautifully thatched, just as the giant had wished. At the door of the house, he met the giant. "Hast thou thatched the byre, king's son?" "I have thatched it." "Well, since thou hast been so active today, I have something else for thee. Beside the loch, thou seest over yonder, there grows a fir tree. On the top of the fir tree is a magpie's nest, and in the nest are 5 eggs. Thou wilt bring me those eggs for breakfast, and if one is cracked or broken, thy blood shall pay for it." Before it was light next day, the king's son jumped out of bed and ran down to the loch. The tree was not hard to find, for the rising sun shone red on the trunk, which was 500 feet from the ground to its first branch. Time after time, he walked round it, trying to find some knots, however small, where he could put his feet. But the bark was quite smooth, and he soon saw that if he was to reach the top at all, it must be by climbing up with his knees like a sailor. But then he was a king's son and not a sailor, which made all the difference. However, it was no use standing there staring at the fir. At least he must try to do his best, and try he did till his hands and knees were sore, for as soon as he had struggled up a few feet, he slid back again. Once he climbed a little higher than before, and hope rose in his heart. Then down he came with such force that his hands and knees smarted worse than ever. "This is no time for stopping," said the voice of the giant's daughter, as he leant against the trunk to recover his breath. "Alas, I am no sooner up than down," answered he. "Try once more," said she, and she laid a finger against the tree and bade him put his foot on it. Then she placed another finger a little higher up, and so on till he reached the top, where the magpie had built her nest. "Make haste now with the nest," she cried, "for my father's breath is burning my back." And down he scrambled as fast as he could, but the girl's little finger had caught in a branch at the top, and she was obliged to leave it there. But she was too busy to pay heed to this, for the sun was getting high over the hills. "Listen to me," she said. "This night, my 2 sisters and I will be dressed in the same garments, and you will not know me. But when my father says, 'Go to thy wife, king's son,' come to the one whose right hand has no little finger." So he went and gave the eggs to the giant, who nodded his head. "Make ready for thy marriage," cried he, "for the wedding shall take place this very night, and I will summon thy bride to greet thee." Then his 3 daughters were sent for, and they all entered dressed in green silk of the same fashion, and with golden circlets round their heads. The king's son looked from one to another. Which was the youngest? Suddenly, his eyes fell on the hand of the middle one, and there was no little finger. "Thou hast aimed well this time too," said the giant, as the king's son laid his hand on her shoulder. "But perhaps we may meet some other way." And though he pretended to laugh, the bride saw a gleam in his eye, which warned her of danger. The wedding took place that very night, and the hall was filled with giants and gentlemen, and they danced till the house shook from top to bottom. At last, everyone grew tired, and the guests went away, and the king's son and his bride were left alone. "If we stay here till dawn, my father will kill thee," she whispered. "But thou art my husband, and I will save thee, as I did before." And she cut an apple into 9 pieces, and put 2 pieces at the head of the bed, and 2 pieces at the foot, and 2 pieces at the door of the kitchen, and 2 at the big door, and 1 outside the house. And when this was done, and she heard the giant snoring, she and the king's son crept out softly and stole across to the stable, where she led out the blue-gray mare and jumped on its back, and her husband mounted before her. Not long after, the giant awoke. "Are you asleep?" asked he. "Not yet," answered the apple at the head of the bed, and the giant turned over, and soon was snoring as loudly as before. By and by, he called again. "Are you asleep?" "Not yet," said the apple at the foot of the bed, and the giant was satisfied. After a while, he called a 3rd time. "Are you asleep?" "Not yet," replied the apple in the kitchen. But when, in a few minutes, he put the question for the 4th time and received an answer from the apple outside the house door, he guessed what had happened and ran to the room to look for himself. The bed was cold and empty. "My father's breath is burning my back," cried the girl. "Put thy hand into the ear of the mare, and whatever thou findest there, throw it behind thee." And in the mare's ear there was a twig of sloe tree, and as he threw it behind him, there sprung up 20 miles of thornwood, so thick that scarce a weasel could go through it. And the giant, who was striding headlong forwards, got caught in it. and it pulled his hair and beard. "This is one of my daughter's tricks," he said to himself. "But if I had my big axe and my wood knife, I would not be long making a way through this." And off he went home and brought back the axe and the wood knife. It took him but a short time to cut a road through the blackthorn, and then he laid the axe and the knife under a tree. "I will leave them there till I return," he murmured to himself. But a hoodie crow, which was sitting on a branch above, heard him. "If thou leavest them," said the hoodie, "we will steal them." "You will," answered the giant, "and I must take them home." So he took them home and started afresh on his journey. "My father's breath is burning my back," cried the girl at midday. "Put thy finger in the mare's ear and throw behind thee whatever thou findest in it." And the king's son found a splinter of gray stone and threw it behind him. And in a twinkling 20 miles of solid rock lay between them and the giant. "My daughter's tricks are the hardest things that ever met me," said the giant. "But if I had my lever and my crowbar, I would not be long in making my way through this rock also." But as he had not got them, he had to go home and fetch them. Then it took him but a short time to hew his way through the rock. "I will leave the tools here," he murmured aloud when he had finished. "If thou leavest them, we will steal them," said a hoodie who was perched on a stone above him. And the giant answered, "Steal them if thou wilt. There is no time to go back. My father's breath is burning my back," cried the girl. "Look in the mare's ear, king's son, or we are lost." And he looked and found a tiny bladder full of water, which he threw behind him, and it became a great lock. And the giant, who was striding on so fast, could not stop himself, and he walked right into the middle and was drowned. The blue-gray mare galloped on like the wind, and the next day the king's son came in sight of his father's house. "Get down and go in," said the bride, "and tell them that thou hast married me. But take heed that neither man nor beast kiss thee, for then thou wilt cease to remember me at all." "I will do thy bidding," answered he, and left her at the gate. All who met him bade him welcome, and he charged his father and mother not to kiss him. But as he greeted them, his old greyhound leapt on his neck and kissed him on the mouth. And after that, he did not remember the giant's daughter. All that day, she sat on a well, which was near the gate, waiting. But the king's son never came. In the darkness, she climbed up into an oak tree that shadowed the well, and there she lay all night, waiting. On the morrow, at midday, the wife of a shoemaker who dwelt near the well went to draw water for her husband to drink, and she saw the shadow of the girl in the tree. and thought it was her own shadow. "How handsome I am, to be sure," said she, gazing into the well. And as she stooped to behold herself better, the jug struck against the stones and broke in pieces, and she was forced to return to her husband without the water. And this angered him. "Thou hast turned crazy," said he in wrath. "Go thou, my daughter, and fetch me a drink." And the girl went, and the same thing befell her as had befallen her mother. "Where is the water?" asked the shoemaker when she came back. And as she held nothing save the handle of the jug, he went to the well himself. He too saw the reflection of the woman in the tree, but looked up to discover whence it came. And there above him sat the most beautiful woman in the world. "Come down," he said. "For a while thou canst stay in my house." And glad enough the girl was to come. Now the king of the country was about to marry, and the young men about the court thronged the shoemaker's shop to buy fine shoes to wear at the wedding. "Thou hast a pretty daughter?" said they, when they beheld the girl sitting at work. "Pretty she is," answered the shoemaker, "but no daughter of mine. I would give 100 pounds to marry her," said one. "And I," cried the others. "That is no business of mine," answered the shoemaker. And the young men bade him ask her if she would choose one of them for a husband, and to tell them on the morrow. Then the shoemaker asked her, and the girl said that she would marry the one who would bring his purse with him. So the shoemaker hurried to the youth who had first spoken, and he came back. And after giving the shoemaker 100 pounds for his news, he sought the girl, who was waiting for him. "Is it thou?" inquired she. "I am thirsty. Give me a drink from the well that is out yonder." And he poured out the water, but he could not move from the place where he was. And there he stayed till many hours had passed by. "Take away that foolish boy," cried the girl to the shoemaker at last. "I am tired of him." And then, suddenly, he was able to walk, and betook himself to his home. But he did not tell the others what had happened to him. Next day, there arrived one of the other young men, and in the evening, when the shoemaker had gone out and they were alone, she said to him, "See if the latch is on the door." The young man hastened to do her bidding, but as soon as he touched the latch, his fingers stuck to it, and there he had to stay for many hours, till the shoemaker came back, and the girl let him go. Hanging his head, he went home, but he told no one what had befallen him. Then was the turn of the third man, and his foot remained fastened to the floor till the girl unloosed it. And thankfully he ran off, and was not seen looking behind him. "Take the purse of gold," said the girl to the shoemaker. "I have no need of it, and it will better thee." And the shoemaker took it, and told the girl he must carry the shoes for the wedding up to the castle. "I would fain get a sight of the king's son before he marries," sighed she. "Come with me then," answered he. The servants are all my friends, and they will let you stand in the passage down which the king's son will pass. And all the company too. Up they went to the castle, and when the young men saw the girl standing there, they led her into the hall where the banquet was laid out, and poured her out some wine. She was just raising the glass to drink when a flame went up out of it, and out of the flame sprang 2 pigeons, one of gold and one of silver. They flew round and round the head of the girl, when 3 grains of barley fell on the floor, and the silver pigeon dived down and swallowed them. If thou hadst remembered how I cleaned the byre, thou wouldst have given me my share, cooed the golden pigeon. And as he spoke, 3 more grains fell, and the silver pigeon ate them as before. If thou hadst remembered how I thatched the byre, thou wouldst have given me my share, cooed the golden pigeon again. And as he spoke, 3 more grains fell, and for the 3rd time they were eaten by the silver pigeon. If thou hadst remembered how I got the magpie's nest, thou wouldst have given me my share, cooed the golden pigeon. Then the king's son understood that they had come to remind him of what he had forgotten, and his lost memory came back, and he knew his wife and kissed her. But as the preparations had been made, it seemed a pity to waste them, so they were married a 2nd time and sat down to the wedding feast. The Lady of the Fountain, in the center of the great hall, in the Castle of Kerglas upon Usk, King Arthur sat on a seat of green rushes, over which was thrown a covering of flame-colored silk, and a cushion of red satin lay under his elbow. With him were his knights Owen and Kynon and Kai, while at the far end, close to the window, were Guinevere the queen and her maidens, embroidering white garments with strange devices of gold. I am weary, said Arthur, and till my food is prepared, I would fain sleep. You yourselves can tell each other tales, and Kai will fetch you from the kitchen a flagon of mead and some meat. And when they had eaten and drunk, Kynon, the oldest among them, began his story. I was the only son of my father and mother, and much store they set by me. But I was not content to stay with them at home, for I thought no deed in all the world was too mighty for me. None could hold me back, and after I had won many adventures in my own land, I bade farewell to my parents and set out to see the world. Over mountains, through deserts, across rivers I went, till I reached a fair valley full of trees, with a path running by the side of a stream. I walked along that path all the day, and in the evening I came to a castle in front of which stood 2 youths clothed in yellow, each grasping an ivory bow, with arrows made of the bones of the whale, and winged with peacock's feathers. By their sides hung golden daggers with hilts of the bones of the whale. Near these young men was a man richly dressed, who turned and went with me towards the castle, where all the dwellers were gathered in the hall. In one window I beheld 24 damsels, and the least fair of them was fairer than Guinevere at her fairest. Some took my horse, and others unbuckled my armor and washed it with my sword and spear, till it all shone like silver. Then I washed myself and put on a vest and doublet, which they brought me, and I and the man that entered with me sat down before a table of silver, and a goodlier feast I never had. All this time neither the man nor the damsels had spoken one word, but when our dinner was half over, and my hunger was stilled, the man began to ask who I was. Then I told him my name and my father's name, and why I came there, for indeed I had grown weary of gaining the mastery over all men at home, and sought if perchance there was one who could gain the mastery over me. And at this the man smiled and answered, "If I did not fear to distress thee too much, I would show thee what thou seekest." His words made me sorrowful and fearful of myself, which the man perceived, and added, "If thou meanest truly what thou sayest, and desirest earnestly to prove thy valor, and not to boast vainly that none can overcome thee, I have somewhat to show thee. But tonight thou must sleep in this castle, and in the morning see that thou rise early, and follow the road upwards through the valley, until thou reachest a wood. In the wood is a path branching to the right. Go along this path until thou comest to a space of grass with a mound in the middle of it. On the top of the mound stands a black man, larger than any 2 white men. His eye is in the center of his forehead, and he has only 1 foot. He carries a club of iron, and 2 white men could hardly lift it. Around him graze 1,000 beasts, all of different kinds, for he is the guardian of that wood, and it is he who will tell thee which way to go in order to find the adventure thou art in quest of." So spake the man, and long did that night seem to me. And before dawn I rose and put on my armor, and mounted my horse, and rode on till I reached the grassy space of which he had told me. There was the black man on top of the mound, as he had said, and in truth he was mightier in all ways than I had thought him to be. As for the club, Kai, it would have been a burden for 4 of our warriors. He waited for me to speak, and I asked him what power he held over the beasts that thronged so close about him. "I will show thee, little man," he answered. And with his club he struck a stag on the head till he brayed loudly, and at his braying the animals came running, numerous as the stars in the sky, so that scarce was I able to stand among them. Serpents were there also, and dragons, and beasts of strange shapes, with horns in places where never saw I horns before. And the black man only looked at them and bade them go and feed. And they bowed themselves before him, as vassals before their lord. Now, little man, I have answered thy question and showed thee my power, said he. Is there anything else thou wouldest know? Then I inquired of him my way, but he grew angry, and, as I perceived, would fain have hindered me. But at the last, after I had told him who I was, his anger passed from him. Take that path, said he, that leads to the head of this grassy glade, and go up the wood till thou reachest the top. There thou wilt find an open space, and in the midst of it a tall tree. Under the tree is a fountain, and by the fountain a marble slab, and on the slab a bowl of silver, with a silver chain. Dip the bowl in the fountain, and throw the water on the slab, and thou wilt hear a mighty peal of thunder, till heaven and earth seem trembling with the noise. After the thunder will come hail, so fierce that scarcely canst thou endure it and live, for the hailstones are both large and thick. Then the sun will shine again, but every leaf of the tree will be lying on the ground. Next, a flight of birds will come and alight on the tree. And never didst thou hear a strain so sweet as that which they will sing. And at the moment in which their song sounds sweetest, thou wilt hear a murmuring and complaining coming towards thee along the valley. And thou wilt see a knight in black velvet bestriding a black horse, bearing a lance with a black pennon, and he will spur his steed so as to fight thee. If thou turnest to flee, he will overtake thee, and if thou abidest where thou art, he will unhorse thee. And if thou dost not find trouble in that adventure, thou needest not to seek it during the rest of thy life. So I bade the black man farewell, and took my way to the top of the wood, and there I found everything just as I had been told. I went up to the tree beneath which stood the fountain, and filling the silver bowl with water, emptied it on the marble slab. Thereupon the thunder came, louder by far than I had expected to hear it. And after the thunder came the shower, but heavier by far than I had expected to feel it. For of a truth I tell thee, Kai, not one of those hailstones would be stopped by skin or by flesh till it had reached the bone. I turned my horse's flank towards the shower, and bending over his neck, held my shield so that it might cover his head and my own. When the hail had passed, I looked on the tree, and not a single leaf was left on it, and the sky was blue and the sun shining, while on the branches were perched birds of every kind, who sang a song sweeter than any that has come to my ears, either before or since. Thus, Kai, I stood listening to the birds, when lo, a murmuring voice approached me, saying, O night, what has brought thee hither? What evil have I done to thee, that thou shouldest do so much to me? For in all my lands neither man nor beast that met that shower has escaped alive. Then from the valley appeared the knight on the black horse, grasping the lance with the black pennon. Straightway we charged each other, and though I fought my best, he soon overcame me, and I was thrown to the ground, while the knight seized the bridle of my horse and rode away with it, leaving me where I was, without even despoiling me of my armor. Sadly did I go down the hill again, and when I reached the glade where the black man was, I confessed to thee, Kai, it was a marvel that I did not melt into a liquid pool. So great was my shame. That night I slept at the castle where I had been before, and I was bathed and feasted, and none asked me how I had fared. The next morning, when I arose, I found a bay horse saddled for me, and girding on my armor, I returned to my own court. The horse is still in the stable, and I would not part with it for any in Britain. But of a truth, Kai, no man ever confessed an adventure so much to his own dishonor. And strange indeed, it seems that none other man have I ever met that knew of the black man and the night and the shower. Would it not be well, said Owen, to go and discover the place? By the hand of my friend, answered Kai. Often dost thou utter that with thy tongue, which thou wouldest not make good with thy deeds. In truth, said Guinevere the queen, who had listened to the tale, thou wert better hanged, Kai, than use such speech towards a man like Owen. I meant nothing, lady, replied Kai. Thy praise of Owen is not greater than mine. And as he spoke, Arthur awoke and asked if he had not slept for a little. Yes, lord, answered Owen. Certainly thou hast slept. Is it time for us to go to meat? It is, lord, answered Owen. Then the horn for washing themselves was sounded, and after that the king and his household sat down to eat. And when they had finished, Owen left them, and made ready his horse and his arms. With the first rays of the sun he set forth, and traveled through deserts, and over mountains, and across rivers. And all befell him which had befallen Kynon, till he stood under the leafless tree, listening to the song of the birds. Then he heard the voice, and turning to look, found the knight galloping to meet him. Fiercely they fought till their lances were broken, and then they drew their swords, and a blow from Owen cut through the knight's helmet and pierced his skull. Feeling himself wounded unto death, the knight fled, and Owen pursued him till they came to a splendid castle. Here the knight dashed across the bridge that spanned the moat and entered the gate. But as soon as he was safe inside, the drawbridge was pulled up and caught Owen's horse in the middle, so that half of him was inside and half out. And Owen could not dismount, and knew not what to do. While he was in this sore plight, a little door in the castle gate opened, and he could see a street facing him, with tall houses. Then a maiden with curling hair of gold looked through the little door and bade Owen open the gate. "By my troth," cried Owen, "I can no more open it from here than thou art able to set me free." "Well," said she, "I will do my best to release thee, if thou wilt do as I tell thee. Take this ring and put it on with the stone inside thy hand, and close thy fingers tight, for as long as thou dost conceal it, it will conceal thee. When the men inside have held counsel together, they will come to fetch thee to thy death, and they will be much grieved not to find thee. I will stand on the horse block yonder, and thou canst see me, though I cannot see thee. Therefore, draw near, and place thy hand on my shoulder, and follow me wheresoever I go." Upon that she went away from Owen, and when the men came out from the castle to seek him, and did not find him, they were sorely grieved, and they returned to the castle. Then Owen went to the maiden, and placed his hand on her shoulder, and she guided him to a large room, painted all over with rich colors, and adorned with images of gold. Here she gave him meat and drink, and water to wash with, and garments to wear. And he lay down upon a soft bed, with scarlet and fur to cover him, and slept gladly. In the middle of the night, he woke hearing a great outcry, and he jumped up and clothed himself, and went into the hall, where the maiden was standing. "What is it?" he asked. And she answered that the knight who owned the castle was dead, and they were bearing his body to the church. Never had Owen beheld such vast crowds, and following the dead knight was the most beautiful lady in the world, whose cry was louder than the shout of the men or the braying of the trumpets. And Owen looked on her and loved her. "Who is she?" he asked the damsel. "That is my mistress, the Countess of the Fountain, and the wife of him whom thou didst slay yesterday." "Verily," said Owen, "she is the woman that I love best." "She shall also love thee not a little," said the maiden. Then she left Owen, and after a while went into the chamber of her mistress, and spoke to her. But the countess answered her nothing. "What aileth thee, mistress?" inquired the maiden. "Why hast thou kept far from me in my grief, Luned?" answered the countess. And in her turn the damsel asked, "Is it well for thee to mourn so bitterly for the dead, or for anything that is gone from thee? There is no man in the world equal to him," replied the countess, her cheeks growing red with anger. "I would fain banish thee for such words." "Be not angry, lady," said Luned, "but listen to my counsel. Thou knowest well that alone thou canst not preserve thy lands. Therefore seek someone to help thee." "And how can I do that?" asked the countess. "I will tell thee," answered Luned. "Unless thou canst defend the fountain, all will be lost, and none can defend the fountain except a knight of Arthur's court. There will I go to seek him, and woe betide me if I return without a warrior that can guard the fountain, as well as he who kept it before. Go then, said the Countess, and make proof of that which thou hast promised. So Luned set out, riding on a white palfrey, on pretense of journeying to King Arthur's court. But instead of doing that, she hid herself for as many days as it would have taken her to go and come. And then she left her hiding place and went in to the Countess. What news from the court? Asked her mistress, when she had given Luned a warm greeting. The best of news, answered the maiden, for I have gained the object of my mission. When wilt thou that I present to thee the knight who has returned with me? Tomorrow at midday, said the Countess, and I will cause all the people in the town to come together. Therefore, the next day at noon, Owen put on his coat of mail, and over it he wore a splendid mantle, while on his feet were leather shoes fastened with clasps of gold. And he followed Luned to the chamber of her mistress. Right glad was the Countess to see them, but she looked closely at Owen and said, Luned, this knight has scarcely the air of a traveler. What harm is there in that, lady? Answered Luned. I am persuaded, said the Countess, that this man and no other chased the soul from the body of my lord. Had he not been stronger than thy lord, replied the damsel, he could not have taken his life, and for that, and for all things that are past, there is no remedy. Leave me, both of you, said the Countess, and I will take counsel. Then they went out. The next morning, the Countess summoned her subjects to meet in the courtyard of the castle, and told them that now that her husband was dead, there was none to defend her lands. So choose you which it shall be, she said. Either let one of you take me for a wife, or give me your consent to take a new lord for myself, that my lands be not without a master. At her words, the chief men of the city withdrew into one corner and took counsel together. And after a while, the leader came forward and said that they had decided that it was best for the peace and safety of all that she should choose a husband for herself. Thereupon, Owen was summoned to her presence, and he accepted with joy the hand that she offered him, and they were married forthwith. And the men of the earldom did him homage. From that day, Owen defended the fountain, as the earl before him had done, and every knight that came by was overthrown by him, and his ransom divided among his barons. In this way, 3 years passed, and no man in the world was more beloved than Owen. Now, at the end of the 3 years, it happened that Groac'h the knight was with Arthur, and he perceived the king to be very sad. My lord, has anything befallen thee? He asked. Oh, Groac'h, I am grieved concerning Owen, whom I have lost these 3 years. And if a 4th year passes without him, I can live no longer. And sure am I that the tale told by Kynon, the son of Clydno, caused me to lose him. I will go myself with the men of my household to avenge him if he is dead, to free him if he is in prison, to bring him back if he is alive." Then Arthur and 3,000 men of his household set out in quest of Owen, and took Kynon for their guide. When Arthur reached the castle, the youths were shooting in the same place, and the same yellow man was standing by. And as soon as he beheld Arthur, he greeted him and invited him in, and they entered together. So vast was the castle that the king's 3,000 men were of no more account than if they had been 20. At sunrise, Arthur departed thence, with Kynon for his guide, and reached the black man first, and afterwards the top of the wooded hill, with the fountain and the bowl and the tree. "My lord," said Kai, "let me throw the water on the slab and receive the first adventure that may befall." "Thou mayest do so," answered Arthur, and Kai threw the water. Immediately all happened as before, the thunder and the shower of hail which killed many of Arthur's men, the song of the birds, and the appearance of the Black Knight. And Kai met him and fought him, and was overthrown by him. Then the knight rode away, and Arthur and his men encamped where they stood. In the morning, Kai again asked leave to meet the knight, and to try to overcome him, which Arthur granted. But once more he was unhorsed, and the Black Knight's lance broke his helmet and pierced the skin even to the bone. And humbled in spirit, he returned to the camp. After this, every one of the knights gave battle, but none came out victor, and at length there only remained Arthur himself and Groac'h. "Oh, let me fight him, my lord," cried Groac'h, as he saw Arthur taking up his arms. "Well, fight then," answered Arthur, and Groac'h threw a robe over himself and his horse, so that none knew him. All that day they fought, and neither was able to throw the other, and so it was on the next day. On the third day, the combat was so fierce that they fell both to the ground at once, and fought on their feet. And at last the Black Knight gave his foe such a blow on his head that his helmet fell from his face. "I did not know it was thee, Groac'h," said the Black Knight. "Take my sword and my arms." "No," answered Groac'h, "it is thou, Owen, who art the victor. Take thou my sword." But Owen would not. "Give me your swords," said Arthur from behind them, "for neither of you has vanquished the other." And Owen turned and put his arms round Arthur's neck. The next day, Arthur would have given orders to his men to make ready to go back whence they came. But Owen stopped him. "My lord," he said, "during the 3 years that I have been absent from thee, I have been preparing a banquet for thee, knowing full well that thou wouldst come to seek me. Tarry with me, therefore, for a while, thou and thy men." So they rode to the castle of the Countess of the Fountain, and spent 3 months in resting and feasting. And when it was time for them to depart, Arthur besought the Countess that she would allow Owen to go with him to Britain for the space of 3 months. With a sore heart, she granted permission. And so content was Owen to be once more with his old companions that 3 years instead of 3 months passed away like a dream. One day, Owen sat at meat in the Castle of Kerglas upon Usk, when a damsel on a bay horse entered the hall, and riding straight up to the place where Owen sat, she stooped and drew the ring from off his hand. "Thus shall be treated the traitor and the faithless," said she, and turning her horse's head, she rode out of the hall. At her words, Owen remembered all that he had forgotten, and sorrowful and ashamed, he went to his own chamber and made ready to depart. At the dawn he set out, but he did not go back to the castle, for his heart was heavy. But he wandered far into wild places till his body was weak and thin, and his hair was long. The wild beasts were his friends, and he slept by their side. But in the end, he longed to see the face of a man again, and he came down into a valley and fell asleep by a lake in the lands of a widowed countess. Now it was the time when the countess took her walk, attended by her maidens, and when they saw a man lying by the lake, they shrank back in terror, for he lay so still that they thought he was dead. But when they had overcome their fright, they drew near him and touched him, and saw that there was life in him. Then the countess hastened to the castle and brought from it a flask of precious ointment and gave it to one of her maidens. "Take that horse which is grazing yonder," she said, "and a suit of men's garments, and place them near the man, and pour some of this ointment near his heart. If there is any life in him that will bring it back. But if he moves, hide thyself in the bushes nearby, and see what he does." The damsel took the flask and did her mistress's bidding. Soon the man began to move his arms, and then rose slowly to his feet. Creeping forward, step by step, he took the garments from off the saddle and put them on him, and painfully he mounted the horse. When he was seated, the damsel came forth and greeted him, and glad was he when he saw her, and inquired what castle that was before him. "It belongs to a widowed countess," answered the maiden. "Her husband left her 2 earldoms, but it is all that remains of her broad lands, for they have been torn from her by a young earl, because she would not marry him." "That is a pity," replied Owen, but he said no more, for he was too weak to talk much. Then the maiden guided him to the castle, and kindled a fire, and brought him food. And there he stayed, and was tended for 3 months, till he was handsomer than ever he was. At noon, one day, Owen heard a sound of arms outside the castle, and he asked of the maiden what it was. "It is the Earl of whom I spoke to thee," she answered, "who has come with a great host to carry off my mistress. Beg of her to lend me a horse and armor," said Owen. And the maiden did so. But the countess laughed somewhat bitterly as she answered, "Nay, but I will give them to him, and such a horse and armor and weapons as he has never had yet, though I know not what use they will be to him. Yet, mayhap, it will save them from falling into the hands of my enemies." The horse was brought out, and Owen rode forth with 2 pages behind him. And they saw the great host encamped before them. "Where is the Earl?" said he, and the pages answered, "In yonder troop, where are 4 yellow standards. Await me," said Owen, "at the gate of the castle." And he cried a challenge to the Earl, who came to meet him. Hard did they fight, but Owen overthrew his enemy and drove him in front to the castle gate and into the hall. "Behold the reward of thy blessed balsam," said he, as he bade the Earl kneel down before her, and made him swear that he would restore all that he had taken from her. After that, he departed and went into the desert. And as he was passing through a wood, he heard a loud yelling. Pushing aside the bushes, he beheld a lion standing on a great mound, and by it a rock. Near the rock was a lion seeking to reach the mound, and each time he moved out, darted a serpent from the rock to prevent him. Then Owen unsheathed his sword and cut off the serpent's head and went on his way. And the lion followed and played about him, as if he had been a greyhound. And much more useful was he than a greyhound, for in the evening he brought large logs in his mouth to kindle a fire, and killed a fat buck for dinner. Owen made his oar, and skinned the buck, and put some of it to roast, and gave the rest to the lion for supper. While he was waiting for the meat to cook, he heard a sound of deep sighing close to him, and he said, "Who art thou?" "I am Luned," replied a voice from a cave so hidden by bushes and green hanging plants that Owen had not seen it. "And what dost thou here?" cried he. "I am held captive in this cave on account of the knight who married the countess and left her, for the pages spoke ill of him. And because I told them that no man living was his equal, they dragged me here and said I should die unless he should come to deliver me by a certain day, and that is no further than the day after tomorrow. His name is Owen, the son of Urian. But I have none to send to tell him of my danger, or of a surety he would deliver me." Owen held his peace, but gave the maiden some of the meat, and bade her be of good cheer. Then, followed by the lion, he set out for a great castle on the other side of the plain, and men came and took his horse and placed it in a manger. And the lion went after and lay down on the straw. Hospitable and kind were all within the castle, but so full of sorrow that it might have been thought death was upon them. At length, when they had eaten and drunk, Owen prayed the earl to tell him the reason of their grief. "Yesterday," answered the earl, "my 2 sons were seized while they were hunting by a monster who dwells on those mountains yonder. And he vows that he will not let them go unless I will give him my daughter to wife." "That shall never be," said Owen. "But what form hath this monster? In shape he is a man, but in stature he is a giant," replied the earl. "And it were better by far that he should slay my sons than that I should give up my daughter." Early next morning, the dwellers in the castle were awakened by a great clamor, and they found that the giant had arrived with the 2 young men. Swiftly, Owen put on his armor and went forth to meet the giant, and the lion followed at his heels. And when the great beast beheld the hard blows which the giant dealt his master, he flew at his throat, and much trouble had the monster in beating him off. "Truly," said the giant, "I should find no difficulty in fighting thee, if it were not for that lion." When he heard that Owen felt shame that he could not overcome the giant with his own sword, so he took the lion and shut him up in one of the towers of the castle, and returned to the fight. But from the sound of the blows, the lion knew that the combat was going ill for Owen. So he climbed up till he reached the top of the tower, where there was a door onto the roof. And from the tower, he sprang onto the walls, and from the walls to the ground. Then, with a loud roar, he leaped upon the giant, who fell dead under the blow of his paw. Now the gloom of the castle was turned into rejoicing, and the earl begged Owen to stay with him till he could make him a feast. But the knight said he had other work to do, and rode back to the place where he had left Luned, and the lion followed at his heels. When he came there, he saw a great fire kindled, and 2 youths leading out the maiden to cast her upon the pile. "Stop," he cried, dashing up to them. "What charge have you against her?" She boasted that no man in the world was equal to Owen, said they, and we shut her in a cave, and agreed that none should deliver her but Owen himself, and that if he did not come by a certain day, she should die. And now the time has passed, and there is no sign of him. In truth, he is a good knight, and had he but known that the maid was in peril, he would have come to save her, said Owen. But accept me in his stead, I entreat you. We will, replied they, and the fight began. The youths fought well, and pressed hard on Owen. And when the lion saw that he came to help his master, but the youths made a sign for the fight to stop, and said, "Chieftain, it was agreed we should give battle to thee alone, and it is harder for us to contend with yonder beast than with thee." Then Owen shut up the lion in the cave where the maiden had been in prison, and blocked up the front with stones. But the fight with the giant had sorely tried him, and the youths fought well and pressed him harder than before. And when the lion saw that he gave a loud roar and burst through the stones and sprang upon the youths and slew them. And so Luned was delivered at the last. Then the maiden rode back with Owen to the lands of the Lady of the Fountain, and he took the lady with him to Arthur's court, where they lived happily till they died. The 4 gifts in the old land of Brittany, once called Cornwall. There lived a woman named Barbaik Bourhis, who spent all her days in looking after her farm with the help of her niece Tephany. Early and late, the two might be seen in the fields or in the dairy, milking cows, making butter, feeding fowls, working hard themselves, and taking care that others worked too. Perhaps it might have been better for Barbaik if she had left herself a little time to rest and to think about other things. For soon she grew to love money for its own sake, and only gave herself and Tephany the food and clothes they absolutely needed. And as for poor people, she positively hated them, and declared that such lazy creatures had no business in the world. Well, this being the sort of person Barbaik was, it is easy to guess at her anger when one day she found Tephany talking outside the cowhouse to young Dennis, who was nothing more than a day laborer from the village of Plover. Seizing her niece by the arm, she pulled her sharply away, exclaiming, "Are you not ashamed, girl, to waste your time over a man who is as poor as a rat, when there are a dozen more who would be only too happy to buy you rings of silver, if you would let them?" "Denis is a good workman, as you know very well," answered Tephany, red with anger, "and he puts by money too, and soon he will be able to take a farm for himself." "Nonsense," cried Barbaik. "He will never save enough for a farm till he is 100. I would sooner see you in your grave than the wife of a man who carries his whole fortune on his back." "What does fortune matter when one is young and strong?" asked Tephany. But her aunt, amazed at such words, would hardly let her finish. "What does fortune matter?" repeated Barbaik in a shocked voice. "Is it possible that you are really so foolish as to despise money? If this is what you learn from Dennet, I forbid you to speak to him, and I will have him turned out of the farm if he dares to show his face here again. Now go and wash the clothes and spread them out to dry." Tephany did not dare to disobey, but with a heavy heart went down the path to the river. "She is harder than these rocks," said the girl to herself. "Yes, 1,000 times harder. For the rain, at least, can at last wear away the stone, but you might cry forever, and she would never care. Talking to Denis is the only pleasure I have, and if I am not to see him, I may as well enter a convent. Thinking these thoughts, she reached the bank and began to unfold the large packet of linen that had to be washed. The tap of a stick made her look up, and standing before her, she saw a little old woman whose face was strange to her. "You would like to sit down and rest, Granny?" asked Tiffany, pushing aside her bundle. "When the sky is all the roof you have, you rest where you will," replied the old woman in trembling tones. "Are you so lonely, then?" inquired Tiffany, full of pity. "Have you no friends who would welcome you into their houses?" The old woman shook her head. "They all died long, long ago," she answered. "And the only friends I have are strangers with kind hearts." The girl did not speak for a moment, then held out the small loaf and some bacon intended for her dinner. "Take this," she said. "Today, at any rate, you shall dine well." And the old woman took it, gazing at Tiffany the while. "Those who help others deserve to be helped," she answered. "Your eyes are still red because that miser Barbaik has forbidden you to speak to the young man from Plover. But cheer up, you are a good girl, and I will give you something that will enable you to see him once every day." "You!" cried Tiffany, stupefied at discovering that the beggar knew all about her affairs. But the old woman did not hear her. "Take this long copper pin," she went on, "and every time you stick it in your dress, Mother Borges will be obliged to leave the house in order to go and count her cabbages. As long as the pin is in your dress, you will be free, and your aunt will not come back until you have put it in its case again." Then, rising, she nodded to Tiffany and vanished. The girl stood where she was, as still as a stone. If it had not been for the pin in her hands, she would have thought she was dreaming. But by that token, she knew it was no common old woman who had given it to her, but a fairy, wise in telling what would happen in the days to come. Then, suddenly, Tiffany's eyes fell on the clothes, and to make up for lost time, she began to wash them with great vigor. Next evening, at the moment when Denis was accustomed to wait for her in the shadow of the cow-house, Tiffany stuck the pin in her dress, and at the very same instant, Barbaik took up her sabots, or wooden shoes, and went through the orchard, and passed to the fields, to the plot where the cabbages grew. With a heart as light as her footsteps, the girl ran from the house and spent her evening happily with Dennis. And so it was for many days after that. Then, at last, Tiffany began to notice something, and the something made her very sad. At first, Denis seemed to find the hours that they were together fly as quickly as she did. But when he had taught her all the songs he knew, and told her all the plans he had made for growing rich and a great man, he had nothing more to say to her, for he, like a great many other people, was fond of talking himself, but not of listening to anyone else. Sometimes, indeed, he never came at all, and the next evening he would tell Tiffany that he had been forced to go into the town on business. But though she never reproached him, she was not deceived, and saw plainly that he no longer cared for her as he used to do. Day by day, her heart grew heavier and her cheeks paler. And one evening, when she had waited for him in vain, she put her water pot on her shoulder and went slowly down to the spring. On the path in front of her stood the fairy who had given her the pin, and as she glanced at Tiffany, she gave a little mischievous laugh and said, "Why, my pretty maiden hardly looks happier than she did before, in spite of meeting her lover whenever she pleases." "He has grown tired of me," answered Tiffany in a trembling voice, "and he makes excuses to stay away." "Ah, Granny dear, it is not enough to be able to see him. I must be able to amuse him and to keep him with me. He is so clever, you know. Help me to be clever too." "Is that what you want?" cried the old woman. "Well, take this feather and stick it in your hair, and you will be as wise as Solomon himself." Blushing with pleasure, Tiffany went home and stuck the feather into the blue ribbon which girls always wear in that part of the country. In a moment, she heard Denis whistling gaily, and as her aunt was safely counting her cabbages, she hurried out to meet him. The young man was struck dumb by her talk. There was nothing that she did not seem to know, and as for songs, she not only could sing those from every part of Brittany, but could compose them herself. Was this really the quiet girl who had been so anxious to learn all he could teach her? Or was it somebody else? Perhaps she had gone suddenly mad, and there was an evil spirit inside her. But in any case, night after night, he came back, only to find her growing wiser and wiser. Soon, the neighbors whispered their surprise among themselves, for Tiffany had not been able to resist the pleasure of putting the feather in her hair for some of the people who despised her for her poor clothes. And many were the jokes she made about them. Of course they heard of her jests and shook their heads, saying, "She is an ill-natured little cat, and the man that marries her will find that it is she who will hold the reins and drive the horse." It was not long before Denis began to agree with them, and as he always liked to be master wherever he went, he became afraid of Tiffany's sharp tongue. And instead of laughing as before when she made fun of other people, he grew red and uncomfortable, thinking that his turn would come next. So matters went on, till one evening, Dennis told Tiffany that he really could not stay a moment, as he had promised to go to a dance that was to be held in the next village. Tiffany's face fell. She had worked hard all day and had been counting on a quiet hour with Dennis. She did her best to persuade him to remain with her, but he would not listen. And at last she grew angry. "Oh, I know why you are so anxious not to miss the dance," she said. "It is because Azilix of Penenru will be there." Now Azilix was the loveliest girl for miles round, and she and Denny had known each other from childhood. "Oh yes, Azilix will be there," answered Denna, who was quite pleased to see her jealous. And naturally, one would go a long way to watch her dance. "Go then," cried Tiffany, and entering the house, she slammed the door behind her. Lonely and miserable, she sat down by the fire and stared into the red embers. Then, flinging the feather from her hair, she put her head on her hands and sobbed passionately. "What is the use of being clever when it is beauty that men want? That is what I ought to have asked for. But it is too late. Denise will never come back. Since you wish it so much, you shall have beauty," said a voice at her side. And looking round, she beheld the old woman leaning on her stick. "Fasten this necklace round your neck, and as long as you wear it, you will be the most beautiful woman in the world," continued the fairy. With a little shriek of joy, Tiffany took the necklace and, snapping the clasp, ran to the mirror, which hung in the corner. Ah, this time she was not afraid of Azilix or of any other girl, for surely none could be as fair and white as she. And with the sight of her face, a thought came to her, and putting on hastily her best dress and her buckled shoes, she hurried off to the dance. On the way, she met a beautiful carriage with a young man seated in it. "What a lovely maiden," he exclaimed as Tiffany approached. "Why, there is not a girl in my own country that can be compared to her. She, and no other, shall be my bride." The carriage was large and barred the narrow road, so Tiffany was forced, much against her will, to remain where she was. But she looked the young man full in the face as she answered, "Go your way, noble lord, and let me go mine. I am only a poor peasant girl, accustomed to milk and make hay and spin. Peasant you may be, but I will make you a great lady," said he, taking her hand and trying to lead her to the carriage. "I don't want to be a great lady. I only want to be the wife of Dennis," she replied, throwing off his hand and running to the ditch which divided the road from the cornfield, where she hoped to hide. Unluckily, the young man guessed what she was doing and signed to his attendants, who seized her and put her in the coach. The door was banged, and the horses whipped up into a gallop. At the end of an hour, they arrived at a splendid castle, and Tiffany, who would not move, was lifted out and carried into the hall, while a priest was sent for to perform the marriage ceremony. The young man tried to win a smile from her by telling of all the beautiful things she should have as his wife. But Tephany did not listen to him and looked about to see if there was any means by which she could escape. It did not seem easy. The 3 great doors were closely barred, and the one through which she had entered shut with a spring. But her feather was still in her hair, and by its aid she detected a crack in the wooden paneling, through which a streak of light could be dimly seen. Touching the copper pin which fastened her dress, the girl sent everyone in the hall to count the cabbages, while she herself passed through the little door, not knowing whither she was going. By this time, night had fallen, and Tephany was very tired. Thankfully, she found herself at the gate of a convent, and asked if she might stay there till morning. But the portress answered roughly that it was no place for beggars, and bade her be gone. So the poor girl dragged herself slowly along the road, till a light and the bark of a dog told her that she was near a farm. In front of the house was a group of people, 2 or 3 women, and the sons of the farmer. When their mother heard Tephany's request to be given a bed, the good wife's heart softened, and she was just going to invite her inside, when the young men, whose heads were turned by the girl's beauty, began to quarrel as to which should do most for her. From words, they came to blows, and the women, frightened at the disturbance, pelted Tephany with insulting names. She quickly ran down the nearest path, hoping to escape them in the darkness of the trees. But in an instant, she heard their footsteps behind her. Wild with fear, her legs trembled under her, when suddenly she bethought herself of her necklace. With a violent effort, she burst the clasp and flung it round the neck of a pig, which was grunting in a ditch. And as she did so, she heard the footsteps cease from pursuing her, and run after the pig, for her charm had vanished. On she went, scarcely knowing where she was going, till she found herself, to her surprise and joy, close to her aunt's house. For several days she felt so tired and unhappy that she could hardly get through her work. And to make matters worse, Denis scarcely ever came near her. He was too busy, he said, and really, it was only rich people who could afford to waste time in talking. As the days went on, Tephany grew paler and paler, till everybody noticed it, except her aunt. The water pot was almost too heavy for her now, but morning and evening she carried it to the spring, though the effort to lift it to her shoulder was often too much for her. "How could I have been so foolish?" she whispered to herself when she went down as usual at sunset. "It was not freedom to see Denis that I should have asked for he was soon weary of me, nor a quick tongue, for he was afraid of it, nor beauty, for that brought me nothing but trouble, but riches which make life easy, both for oneself and others. Ah, If I only dared to beg this gift from the fairy, I should be wiser than before and know how to choose better. Be satisfied, said the voice of the old woman, who seemed to be standing unseen at Tiffany's elbow. If you look in your right-hand pocket when you go home, you will find a small ba. Rub your eyes with the ointment it contains, and you will see that you yourself contain a priceless treasure. Tiffany did not in the least understand what she meant, but ran back to the farm as fast as she could, and began to fumble joyfully in her right-hand pocket. Sure enough, there was the little box with the precious ointment. She was in the act of rubbing her eyes with it when Barbaik Burhis entered the room. Ever since she had been obliged to leave her work and pass her time, she did not know why. In counting cabbages, everything had gone wrong, and she could not get a laborer to stay with her because of her bad temper. When, therefore, she saw her niece standing quietly before her mirror, Barbaik broke out, "So this is what you do when I am out in the fields? Ah, it is no wonder if the farm is ruined. Are you not ashamed, girl, to behave so?" Tiffany tried to stammer some excuse, but her aunt was half mad with rage, and a box on the ears was her only answer. At this, Tiffany, hurt, bewildered, and excited, could control herself no longer, and turning away, burst into tears. But what was her surprise when she saw that each teardrop was a round and shining pearl. Barbaik, who also beheld this marvel, uttered a cry of astonishment and threw herself on her knees to pick them up from the floor. She was still gathering them when the door opened and in came Denny. "Pearls? Are they really pearls?" he asked, falling on his knees also, and looking up at Tiffany, he perceived others still more beautiful rolling down the girl's cheeks. "Take care not to let any of the neighbors hear of it, Dennis," said Barbaik. "Of course you shall have your share, but nobody else shall get a single one. Cry on, my dear, cry on," she continued to Tiffany. "It is for your good as well as ours." And she held out her apron to catch them, and Denis his hat, but Tiffany could hardly bear any more. She felt half choked at the sight of their greediness, and wanted to rush from the hall. And though Barbaik caught her arm to prevent this, and said all sorts of tender words which she thought would make the girl weep the more, Tiffany, with a violent effort, forced back her tears and wiped her eyes. "Is she finished already?" cried Barbaik in a tone of disappointment. "Oh, try again, my dear. Do you think it would do any good to beat her a little?" she added to Dennis, who shook his head. "That is enough for the first time. I will go into the town and find out the value of each pearl. Then I will go with you," said Barbaik, who never trusted anyone and was afraid of being cheated. So the two went out, leaving Tiffany behind them. She sat quite still on her chair, her hands clasped tightly together, as if she was forcing something back. At last she raised her eyes, which had been fixed on the ground, and beheld the fairy standing in a dark corner by the hearth, observing her with a mocking look. The girl trembled and jumped up. Then, taking the feather, the pin, and the box, she held them out to the old woman. "Here they are, all of them," she cried. "They belong to you. Let me never see them again. But I have learned the lesson that they taught me. Others may have riches, beauty, and wit. But as for me, I desire nothing but to be the poor peasant girl I always was, working hard for those she loves." "Yes, you have learned your lesson," answered the fairy. "And now you shall lead a peaceful life and marry the man you love. For after all, it was not yourself you thought of, but him." Never again did Tephany see the old woman, but she forgave Denis for selling her tears, and in time he grew to be a good husband, who did his own share of work. The Groac'h of the Isle of Loch. In old times, when all kinds of wonderful things happened in Brittany, there lived in the village of Llanillis a young man named Huarn Pogum and a girl called Bella Postic. They were cousins, and as their mothers were great friends and constantly in and out of each other's houses, they had often been laid in the same cradle and had played and fought over their games. "When they are grown up, they will marry," said the mothers. But just as everyone was beginning to think of wedding bells, the two mothers died, and the cousins, who had no money, went as servants in the same house. This was better than being parted, of course, but not so good as having a little cottage of their own, where they could do as they liked. And soon they might have been heard bewailing to each other the hardness of their lots. "If we could only manage to buy a cow and get a pig to fatten," grumbled Huarn. "I would rent a bit of ground from the master, and then we could be married." "Yes," answered Bella with a deep sigh, "but we live in such hard times, and at the last fair, the price of pigs had risen again." "We shall have long to wait, that is quite clear," replied Huarn, turning away to his work. Whenever they met, they repeated their grievances, and at length Huarn's patience was exhausted, and one morning he came to Bella and told her that he was going away to seek his fortune. The girl was very unhappy as she listened to this, and felt sorry that she had not tried to make the best of things. She implored Huarn not to leave her, but he would listen to nothing. "The birds," he said, "continue flying until they reach a field of corn, and the bees do not stop unless they find the honey-giving flowers. And why should a man have less sense than they? Like them, I shall seek till I get what I want. That is, money to buy a cow and a pig to fatten. And if you love me, Bella, you won't attempt to hinder a plan which will hasten our marriage." The girl saw it was useless to say more, so she answered sadly, "Well, go then, since you must. But first I will divide with you all that my parents left me." And going to her room, she opened a small chest and took from it a bell, a knife, and a little stick. "This bell," she said, "can be heard at any distance, however far. But it only rings to warn us that our friends are in great danger. The knife frees all it touches from the spells that have been laid on them, while the stick will carry you wherever you want to go. I will give you the knife to guard you against the enchantments of wizards, and the bell to tell me of your perils. The stick I shall keep for myself, so that I can fly to you if ever you have need of me." Then they cried for a little on each other's necks, and Huarn started for the mountains. But in those days, as in these, beggars abounded, and through every village he passed, they followed Huarn in crowds, mistaking him for a gentleman, because there were no holes in his clothes. "There is no fortune to be made here," he thought to himself. "It is a place for spending and not earning. I see I must go further." And he walked on to Pont Aven, a pretty little town built on the bank of a river. He was sitting on a bench outside an inn when he heard two men who were loading their mules, talking about the Groac'h of the island of Loch. "What is a Groac'h?" asked he. "I have never come across one." And the men answered that it was the name given to the fairy that dwelt in the lake, and that she was rich. Oh, richer than all the kings in the world put together. Many had gone to the island to try and get possession of her treasures, but no one had ever come back. As he listened, Huarn's mind was made up. "I will go and return too," he said to the muleteers. They stared at him in astonishment and besought him not to be so mad and to throw away his life in such a foolish manner. But he only laughed and answered that if they could tell him of any other way in which to procure a cow and a pig to fatten, he would think no more about it. But the men did not know how this was to be done, and, shaking their heads over his obstinate, left him to his fate. So Huarn went down to the sea and found a boatman who engaged to take him to the Isle of Loch. The island was large, and lying almost across it was a lake, with a narrow opening to the sea. Huarn paid the boatman and sent him away, and then proceeded to walk round the lake. At one end, he perceived a small skiff, painted blue and shaped like a swan, lying under a clump of yellow broom. As far as he could see, the swan's head was tucked under its wing, and Huarn, who had never beheld a boat of the sort, went quickly towards it and stepped in so as to examine it the better. But no sooner was he on board than the swan woke suddenly up, His head emerged from under his wing. His feet began to move in the water. And in another moment, they were in the middle of the lake. As soon as the young man had recovered from his surprise, he prepared to jump into the lake and swim to shore. But the bird had guessed his intentions and plunged beneath the water, carrying Huarn with him to the palace of the Groac'h. Now, unless you have been under the sea and beheld all the wonders that lie there, you can never have an idea what the Groac'h's palace was like. It was all made of shells, blue and green and pink and lilac and white, shading into each other till you could not tell where one color ended and the other began. The staircases were of crystal, and every separate stair sang like a woodland bird as you put your foot on it. Round the palace were great gardens full of all the plants that grow in the sea, with diamonds for flowers. In a large hall, the Groac'h was lying on a couch of gold. The pink and white of her face reminded you of the shells of her palace, while her long black hair was intertwined with strings of coral, and her dress of green silk seemed formed out of the sea. At the sight of her, Huarn stopped, dazzled by her beauty. "Come in," said the Groac'h, rising to her feet. "Strangers and handsome youths are always welcome here. Do not be shy, but tell me how you found your way and what you want." "My name is Huarn," he answered. "Lanilis is my home, and I am trying to earn enough money to buy a little cow and a pig to fatten." "Well, you can easily get that," replied she. "It is nothing to worry about. Come in and enjoy yourself." And she beckoned him to follow her into a second hall, whose floors and walls were formed of pearls, while down the sides there were tables laden with fruit and wines of all kinds. And as he ate and drank, the Groac'h talked to him and told him how the treasures he saw came from shipwrecked vessels and were brought to her palace by a magic current of water. "I do not wonder," exclaimed Huarn, who now felt quite at home. "I do not wonder that the people on the earth have so much to say about you. The rich are always envied. For myself," he added with a laugh, "I only ask for the half of your wealth." "You can have it if you will, Huarn," answered the fairy. "What do you mean?" cried he. "My husband, Corandon, is dead," she replied, "and if you wish it, I will marry you." The young man gazed at her in surprise. Could anyone so rich and so beautiful really wish to be his wife? He looked at her again, and Bella was forgotten as he answered, "A man would be mad indeed to refuse such an offer. I can only accept it with joy." "Then the sooner it is done, the better," said the Groac'h, and gave orders to her servants. After that was finished, she begged Huarn to accompany her to a fish pond at the bottom of the garden. "Come lawyer, come miller, come tailor, come singer," cried she, holding out a net of steel. And at each summons, a fish appeared and jumped into the net. When it was full, she went into a large kitchen and threw them all into a golden pot. But above the bubbling of the water, Huarn seemed to hear the whispering of little voices. "Who is it whispering in the golden pot, Groac'h?" he inquired at last. "It is nothing but the noise of the wood sparkling," she answered. But it did not sound the least like that to Huarn. "There it is again," he said, after a short pause. "The water is getting hot, and it makes the fish jump," she replied. But soon the noise grew louder and like cries. "What is it?" asked Huarn, beginning to feel uncomfortable. "Just the crickets on the hearth," said she, and broke into a song which drowned the cries from the pot. But though Huarn held his peace, he was not as happy as before. Something seemed to have gone wrong. And then he suddenly remembered Bella. "Is it possible I can have forgotten her so soon? What a wretch I am," he thought to himself. And he remained apart and watched the Groac'h while she emptied the fish into a plate and bade him eat his dinner while she fetched wine from her cellar in a cave. Huarn sat down and took out the knife which Bella had given him. But as soon as the blade touched the fish, the enchantment ceased, and 4 men stood before him. "Huarn, save us, we entreat you, and save yourself too," murmured they, not daring to raise their voices. "Why, it must have been you who were crying out in the pot just now," exclaimed Huarn. "Yes, it was us," they answered. "Like you, we came to the Isle of Loch to seek our fortunes, and like you, we consented to marry the Groac'h." And no sooner was the ceremony over than she turned us into fishes, as she had done to all our forerunners, who are in the fish pond still, where you will shortly join them. On hearing this, Huarn leaped into the air, as if he already felt himself frizzling in the golden pot. He rushed to the door, hoping to escape that way. But the Groac'h, who had heard everything, met him on the threshold. Instantly, she threw the steel net over his head, and the eyes of a little green frog peeped through the meshes. "You shall go and play with the rest," she said, carrying him off to the fish pond. It was at this very moment that Bella, who was skimming the milk in the farm dairy, heard the fairy bell tinkle violently. At the sound, she grew pale, for she knew it meant that Huarn was in danger. And hastily changing the rough dress she wore for her work, she left the farm with the magic stick in her hand. Her knees were trembling under her, but she ran as fast as she could to the crossroads, where she drove her stick into the ground, murmuring as she did so a verse her mother had taught her. "Little staff of apple tree, over the earth and over the sea, up in the air be guide to me, everywhere to wander free." And immediately the stick became a smart little horse, with a rosette at each ear and a feather on his forehead. He stood quite still while Bella scrambled up. Then he started off, his pace growing quicker and quicker, till at length the girl could hardly see the trees and houses as they flashed past. But rapid as the pace was, it was not rapid enough for Bella, who stooped and said, "The swallow is less swift than the wind. The wind is less swift than the lightning. But you, my horse, if you love me, must be swifter than them all. For there is a part of my heart that suffers, the best part of my heart that is in danger." And the horse heard her, and galloped like a straw, carried along by a tempest, till they reached the foot of a rock called the Leap of the Deer. There he stopped, for no horse or mule that ever was born could climb that rock, and Bella knew it. So she began to sing again. "Horse of Leon, given to me, over the earth and over the sea, up in the air be guide to me, everywhere to wander free." And when she had finished, the horse's forelegs grew shorter and spread into wings. His hind legs became claws. Feathers sprouted all over his body, and she sat on the back of a great bird, which bore her to the summit of the rock. Here she found a nest made of clay and lined with dried moss, and in the center a tiny man, black and wrinkled, who gave a cry of surprise at the sight of Bella. "Ah, you are the pretty girl who was to come and save me." "To save you," repeated Bella. "But who are you, my little friend?" "I am the husband of the Groac'h of the Isle of Loch, and it is owing to her that I am here." "But what are you doing in this nest?" "I am sitting on 6 eggs of stone, and I shall not be set free till they are hatched." On hearing this, Bella began to laugh. "Poor little cock," she said. "And how am I to deliver you?" "By delivering Huarn, who is in the power of the Groac'h." "Ah, tell me how I can manage that, and if I have to walk round the whole of Brittany on my bended knees, I will do it." "Well, first, you must dress yourself as a young man, and then go and seek the Groac'h. When you have found her, you must contrive to get hold of the net of steel that hangs from her waist, and shut her up in it forever." "But where am I to find a young man's clothes?" asked she. "I will show you," he replied. And as he spoke, he pulled out 3 of his red hairs and blew them away, muttering something the while. In the twinkling of an eye, the 4 hairs changed into 4 tailors, of whom the first carried a cabbage, the second a pair of scissors, the third a needle, and the fourth an iron. Without waiting for orders, they sat down in the nest, and crossing their legs comfortably, began to prepare the suit of clothes for Bella. With one of the leaves of the cabbage, they made her a coat, and another served for a waistcoat. But it took 2 for the wide breeches, which were then in fashion. The hat was cut from the heart of the cabbage, and a pair of shoes from the thick stem. And when Bella had put them all on, you would have taken her for a gentleman dressed in green velvet, lined with white satin. She thanked the little men gratefully, and after a few more instructions, jumped on the back of her great bird and was borne away to the Isle of Loch. Once there, she bade him transform himself back into a stick, and with it in her hand, she stepped into the blue boat, which conducted her to the Palace of Shells. The Groac'h seemed overjoyed to see her, and told her that never before had she beheld such a handsome young man. Very soon, she led her visitor into the great hall, where wine and fruit were always waiting. And on the table lay the magic knife, left there by Hoarn. Unseen by the Groac'h, Bella hid it in a pocket of her green coat, and then followed her hostess into the garden and to the pond which contained the fish, their sides shining with 1,000 different colors. "Oh, what beautiful, beautiful creatures," said she. "I'm sure I should never be tired of watching them." And she sat down on the bank, with her elbows on her knees and her chin in her hands, her eyes fixed on the fishes as they flashed past. "Would you not like to stay here always?" asked the Groac'h, and Bella answered that she desired nothing better. "Then you have only to marry me," said the Groac'h. "Oh, don't say no, for I have fallen deeply in love with you." "Well, I won't say no," replied Bella with a laugh, "but you must promise first to let me catch one of those lovely fish in your net." "It is not so easy as it looks," rejoined the Groac'h, smiling. "But take it and try your luck." Bella took the net, which the Groac'h held out, and turning rapidly, flung it over the witch's head. "Become in body what you are in soul," cried she. And in an instant, the lovely fairy of the sea was a toad, horrible to look upon. She struggled hard to tear the net asunder, but it was no use. Bella only drew it the tighter, and flinging the sorceress into a pit, she rolled a great stone across the mouth and left her. As she drew near the pond, she saw a great procession of fishes advancing to meet her, crying in hoarse tones, "This is our Lord and Master, who has saved us from the net of steel and the pot of gold. And who will restore you to your proper shapes?" said Bella, drawing the knife from her pocket. But just as she was going to touch the foremost fish, her eyes fell on a green frog on his knees beside her. His little paws crossed over his little heart. Bella felt as if fingers were tightening round her throat, but she managed to cry, "Is this you, my Hoarn? Is this you?" "It is I," croaked the little frog, and as the knife touched him, he was a man again. And springing up, he clasped her in his arms. "But we must not forget the others," she said at last, and began to transform the fishes to their proper shapes. There were so many of them that it took quite a long time. Just as she had finished, there arrived the little dwarf from the Deer's Leap, in a car drawn by 6 cockchafers, which once had been the 6 stone eggs. "Here I am," he exclaimed. "You have broken the spell that held me, and now come and get your reward." And dismounting from his chariot, he led them down into the caves filled with gold and jewels, and bade Bella and Huarn take as much as they wanted. When their pockets were full, Bella ordered her stick to become a winged carriage, large enough to bear them and the men they had rescued back to Lanilas. There they were, married the next day. But instead of setting up housekeeping with the little cow and pig to fatten that they had so long wished for, they were able to buy lands for miles round for themselves, and gave each man who had been delivered from the Groac'h a small farm, where he lived happily to the end of his days. The escape of the mouse. Manawydan the prince and his friend Pryderi were wanderers, for the brother of Manawydan had been slain, and his throne taken from him. Very sorrowful was Manawydan, but Pryderi was stout of heart, and bade him be of good cheer, as he knew a way out of his trouble. "And what may that be?" asked Manawydan. "It is that thou marry my mother Rhiannon, and become lord of the fair lands that I will give her for dowry. Never did any lady have more wit than she, and in her youth none was more lovely. Even yet she is good to look upon." "Thou art the best friend that ever a man had," said Manawydan. "Let us go now to seek Rhiannon, and the lands where she dwells." Then they set forth, but the news of their coming ran swifter still, and Rhiannon and Kikva, wife of Pryderi, made haste to prepare a feast for them. And Manawydan found that Pryderi had spoken the truth concerning his mother, and asked if she would take him for her husband. Right gladly did she consent, and without delay they were married, and rode away to the hunt, Rhiannon and Manawydan, Kikva and Pryderi. And they would not be parted from each other by night or by day. So great was the love between them. One day, when they were returned, they were sitting out in a green place, and suddenly the crash of thunder struck loudly on their ears, and a wall of mist fell between them, so that they were hidden one from the other. Trembling, they sat till the darkness fled, and the light shone again upon them. But in the place where they were wont to see cattle, and herds, and dwellings, they beheld neither house nor beast, nor man nor smoke. Neither was anyone remaining in the green place, save these 4 only. "Whither have they gone, and my host also?" cried Manawydan. And they searched the hall, and there was no man, and the castle, and there was none, and in the dwellings that were left was nothing save wild beasts. For a year these 4 fed on the meat that Manawydan and Pryderi killed out hunting, and the honey of the bees that sucked the mountain heather. For a time they desired nothing more, But when the next year began, they grew weary. "We cannot spend our lives thus," said Manawydan at last. "Let us go into England and learn some trade by which we may live." So they left Wales and went to Hereford, and there they made saddles, while Manawydan fashioned blue enamel ornaments to put on their trappings. And so greatly did the townsfolk love these saddles that no others were bought throughout the whole of Hereford, till the saddlers banded together and resolved to slay Manawydan and his companions. When Pryderi heard of it, he was very wroth, and wished to stay and fight. But the counsels of Manawydan prevailed, and they moved by night to another city. "What craft shall we follow?" asked Pryderi. "We will make shields," answered Manawydan. "But do we know anything of that craft?" answered Pryderi. "We will try it," said Manawydan. And they began to make shields, and fashioned them after the shape of the shields they had seen. And these likewise they enameled, and so greatly did they prosper that no man in the town bought a shield except they had made it, till at length the shield makers banded together as the saddlers had done, and resolved to slay them. But of this they had warning, and by night betook themselves to another town. "Let us take to making shoes," said Manawydan, "for there are not any among the shoemakers bold enough to fight us." "I know nothing of making shoes," answered Pryderi, who in truth despised so peaceful a craft. "But I know," replied Manawydan, "and I will teach thee to stitch. We will buy the leather ready dressed, and will make the shoes from it." Then straightway he sought the town for the best leather, and for a goldsmith to fashion the clasps, and he himself watched till it was done, so that he might learn for himself. Soon he became known as the maker of gold shoes, and prospered so greatly that as long as one could be bought from him, not a shoe was purchased from the shoemakers of the town. And the craftsmen were wroth, and banded together to slay them. "Pryderi," said Manawydan, when he had received news of it, "we will not remain in England any longer. Let us set forth to Dyved." So they journeyed until they came to their lands at Narberth. There they gathered their dogs round them, and hunted for a year as before. After that, a strange thing happened. One morning, Pryderi and Manawydan rose up to hunt, and loosened their dogs, which ran before them, till they came to a small bush. At the bush, the dogs shrank away as if frightened, and returned to their masters, their hair bristling on their backs. "We must see what is in that bush," said Pryderi. And what was in it was a boar, with a skin as white as the snow on the mountains. And he came out and made a stand as the dogs rushed on him, driven on by the men. Long he stood at bay. Then at last he betook himself to flight, and fled to a castle which was newly built, in a place where no building had ever been known. Into the castle he ran, and the dogs after him. And long though their masters looked and listened, they neither saw nor heard aught concerning Deuce or Boar. "I will go into the castle and get tidings of the dogs," said Pryderi at last. "Truly," answered Manawydan, "thou wouldst do unwisely. For whosoever has cast a spell over this land has set this castle here." "I cannot give up my ducks," replied Pryderi, and to the castle he went. But within was neither man nor beast, neither boar nor dogs, but only a fountain with marble round it, and on the edge a golden bowl, richly wrought, which pleased Pryderi greatly. In a moment he forgot about his dogs, and went up to the bowl and took hold of it, and his hands stuck to the bowl, and his feet to the marble slab, and despair took possession of him. Till the close of day, Manawydan waited for him, and when the sun was fast sinking, he went home, thinking that he had strayed far. "Where are thy friend and thy dogs?" said Rhiannon, and he told her what had befallen Pryderi. "A good friend hast thou lost," answered Rhiannon, and she went up to the castle and through the gate, which was open. There, in the center of the courtyard, she beheld Pryderi standing, and hastened towards him. "What dost thou here?" she asked, laying her hand on the bowl. And as she spoke, she too stuck fast, and was not able to utter a word. Then thunder was heard, and a veil of darkness descended upon them, and the castle vanished, and they with it. When Kikva, the wife of Pryderi, found that neither her husband nor his mother returned to her, she was in such sorrow that she cared not whether she lived or died. Manawydan was grieved also in his heart, and said to her, "It is not fitting that we should stay here, for we have lost our dogs and cannot get food. Let us go into England. It is easier for us to live there." So they set forth. "What craft wilt thou follow?" asked Kikva as they went along. "I shall make shoes, as once I did," replied he. And he got all the finest leather in the town, and caused gilded clasps to be made for the shoes, till everyone flocked to buy, and all the shoemakers in the town were idle and banded together in anger to kill him. But luckily, Manawydan got word of it, and he and Kikva left the town one night and proceeded to Narberth, taking with him a sheaf of wheat, which he sowed in 3 plots of ground. And while the wheat was growing up, he hunted and fished, and they had food enough and to spare. Thus the months passed until the harvest. And one evening, Manawydan visited the furthest of his fields of wheat, and saw that it was ripe. "Tomorrow I will reap this," said he. But on the morrow, when he went to reap the wheat, he found nothing but the bare straw. Filled with dismay, he hastened to the second field. And there the corn was ripe and golden. "Tomorrow I will reap this," he said. But on the morrow the ears had gone, and there was nothing but the bare straw. "Well, there is still one field left," he said, and when he looked at it, it was still fairer than the other two. "Tonight I will watch here," thought he, "for whosoever carried off the other corn will in like manner take this, and I will know who it is." So he hid himself and waited. The hours slid by, and all was still, so still that Manawydan well nigh dropped asleep. But at midnight there arose the loudest tumult in the world, and peeping out, he beheld a mighty host of mice, which could neither be numbered nor measured. Each mouse climbed up a straw till it bent down with its weight, and then it bit off one of the ears and carried it away, and there was not one of the straws that had not got a mouse to it. Full of wrath he rushed at the mice, but he could no more come up with them than if they had been gnats or birds of the air, save one only which lingered behind the rest, and this mouse Manawydan came up with. Stooping down, he seized it by the tail and put it in his glove, and tied a piece of string across the opening of the glove so that the mouse could not escape. When he entered the hall where Kikshva was sitting, he lighted a fire and hung the glove up on a peg. "What hast thou there?" asked she. "A thief," he answered, "that I caught robbing me." "What kind of a thief may it be which thou couldst put in thy glove?" said Kikva. "That I will tell thee," he replied. And then he showed her how his fields of corn had been wasted, and how he had watched for the mice, and one was less nimble than the rest, and is now in my glove. Tomorrow I will hang it, and I only wish I had them all. "It is a marvel, truly," said she. "Yet it would be unseemly for a man of thy dignity to hang a reptile such as this. Do not meddle with it, but let it go." "Woe betide me," he cried, "if I would not hang them all if I could catch them. And such as I have, I will hang." "Verily," said she, "there is no reason that I should succor this reptile, except to prevent discredit unto thee. If I knew any cause that I should succor it, I would take thy counsel," answered Manawydan. "But as I know of none, I am minded to destroy it." "Do so then," said Kikva. So he went up a hill and set up 2 forks on the top. And while he was doing this, he saw a scholar coming towards him, whose clothes were tattered. Now it was 7 years since Manawydan had seen man or beast in that place, and the sight amazed him. "Good day to thee, my lord," said the scholar. "Good greeting to thee, scholar. Whence dost thou come?" "From singing in England." "But wherefore dost thou ask?" "Because for 7 years no man hath visited this place." "I wander where I will," answered the scholar. "And what work art thou upon?" "I am about to hang a thief that I caught robbing me." "What manner of thief is that?" inquired the scholar. "I see a creature in thy hand, like unto a mouse, and ill does it become a man of thy rank to touch a reptile like this. Let it go free." "I will not let it go free," cried Manawydan. "I caught it robbing me, and it shall suffer the doom of a thief." "Lord," said the scholar, "sooner than see a man like thee at such a work, I would give thee £1, which I have received as alms, to let it go free." "I will not let it go free, neither will I sell it." "As thou wilt, Lord," answered the scholar, and he went his way. Manawydan was placing the crossbeam on the 2 forked sticks, where the mouse was to hang, when a priest rode past. "Good day to thee, Lord. And what art thou doing?" "I am hanging a thief that I caught robbing me." "What manner of thief, Lord?" "A creature in the form of a mouse. It has been robbing me, and it shall suffer the doom of a thief." "Lord," said the priest, "sooner than see thee touch this reptile, I would purchase its freedom. I will neither sell it nor set it free. It is true that a mouse is worth nothing, but rather than see thee defile thyself with touching such a reptile as this, I will give thee £3 for it. I will not take any price for it. It shall be hanged as it deserves. Willingly, my lord, if it is thy pleasure." And the priest went his way. Then Manawydan noosed the string about the mouse's neck and was about to draw it tight when a bishop with a great following and horses bearing huge packs came by. "What work art thou upon?" asked the bishop, drawing rein. "Hanging a thief that I caught robbing me." "But is not that a mouse that I see in thine hand?" asked the bishop. "Yes, that is the thief," answered Manawydan. "Well, since I have come at the doom of this reptile, I will ransom it of thee for £7, rather than see a man of thy rank touch it. Loose it and let it go." "I will not let it loose. I will give thee £24 to set it free," said the bishop. "I will not set it free for as much again. If thou wilt not set it free for this, I will give thee all the horses thou seest, and the 7 loads of baggage. I will not set it free." "Then tell me at what price thou wilt loose it, and I will give it." "The spell must be taken off Rhiannon and Pryderi," said Manawydan. "That shall be done, but not yet will I loose the mouse. The charm that has been cast over all my lands must be taken off likewise. This shall be done also. But not yet will I loose the mouse till I know who she is." "She is my wife," answered the bishop. "And wherefore came she to me?" asked Manawydan. "To despoil thee," replied the bishop. "For it is I who cast the charm over thy lands, to avenge Gwal the son of Clwyd, my friend. And it was I who threw the spell upon Pryderi to avenge Gwal for the trick that had been played on him in the game of Badger in the Bag. And not only was I wroth, but my people likewise. And when it was known that thou wast come to dwell in the land, they besought me much to change them into mice, that they might eat thy corn. The first and the second nights, it was the men of my own house that destroyed thy 2 fields. But on the 3rd night, my wife and her ladies came to me and begged me to change them also into the shape of mice, that they might take part in avenging Groac'h. Therefore I changed them. Yet had she not been ill and slow of foot, thou couldst not have overtaken her. Still, since she was caught, I will restore thee Pryderi and Rhiannon, and will take the charm from off thy lands. I have told thee who she is. So now set her free. I will not set her free, answered Manawydan, till thou swear that no vengeance shall be taken for this, either upon Pryderi or upon Rhiannon, or on me. I grant thee this boon, and thou hast done wisely to ask it, for on thy head would have lit all the trouble. Set now my wife free. I will not set her free till Pryderi and Rhiannon are with me. Behold, here they come, said the bishop. Then Manawydan held out his hands and greeted Pryderi and Rhiannon, and they seated themselves joyfully on the grass. Ah, Lord, hast thou not received all thou didst ask? Said the bishop. Set now my wife free. That I will gladly, answered Manawydan, unloosing the cord from her neck. And as he did so, the bishop struck her with his staff, and she turned into a young woman, the fairest that ever was seen. Look around upon thy land, said he, and thou wilt see it all tilled and peopled, as it was long ago. And Manawydan looked and saw corn growing in the fields, and cows and sheep grazing on the hillside, and huts for the people to dwell in. And he was satisfied in his soul. But one more question he put to the bishop. What spell didst thou lay upon Pryderi and Rhiannon? Pryderi has had the knockers of the gate of my palace hung about him, and Rhiannon has carried the collars of my asses around her neck, said the bishop with a smile. The believing husbands. Once upon a time there dwelt in the land of Erin a young man who was seeking a wife, and of all the maidens round about, none pleased him as well as the only daughter of a farmer. The girl was willing, and the father was willing, and very soon they were married and went to live at the farm. By and by, the season came when they must cut the peats and pile them up to dry, so that they might have fires in the winter. So on a fine day, the girl and her husband, and the father and his wife, all went out upon the moor. They worked hard for many hours, and at length grew hungry. So the young woman was sent home to bring them food, and also to give the horses their dinner. When she went into the stable, she suddenly saw the heavy pack saddle of the speckled mare just over her head, and she jumped and said to herself, "Suppose that pack saddle were to fall and kill me, how dreadful it would be." And she sat down just under the pack saddle she was so much afraid of, and began to cry. Now the others out on the moor grew hungrier and hungrier. "What can have become of her?" asked they. And at length the mother declared that she would wait no longer, and must go and see what had happened. As the bride was nowhere in the kitchen or the dairy, the old woman went into the stable, where she found her daughter weeping bitterly. "What is the matter, my dove?" And the girl answered between her sobs, "When I came in and saw the pack saddle over my head, I thought how dreadful it would be if it fell and killed me." And she cried louder than before. The old woman struck her hands together. "Ah, to think of it! If that were to be, what should I do?" And she sat down by her daughter, and they both wrung their hands and let their tears flow. "Something strange must have occurred," exclaimed the old farmer on the moor, who by this time was not only hungry, but cross. "I must go after them." And he went and found them in the stable. "What is the matter?" asked he. "Oh," replied his wife, "when our daughter came home, did she not see the pack saddle over her head? And she thought how dreadful it would be if it were to fall and kill her. Ah, to think of it!" exclaimed he, striking his hands together. And he sat down beside them and wept too. As soon as night fell, the young man returned full of hunger. And there they were, all crying together in the stable. "What is the matter?" asked he. "When thy wife came home," answered the farmer, "she saw the pack saddle over her head, and she thought how dreadful it would be if it were to fall and kill her." "Well, but it didn't fall," replied the young man. And he went off to the kitchen to get some supper, leaving them to cry as long as they liked. The next morning he got up with the sun and said to the old man and to the old woman and to his wife, "Farewell. My foot shall not return to the house till I have found other 3 people as silly as you." And he walked away till he came to the town, and seeing the door of a cottage standing open wide, he entered. No man was present, but only some women spinning at their wheels. "You do not belong to this town," said he. "You speak truth," they answered. "Nor you either." "I do not," replied he. "But is it a good place to live in?" The women looked at each other. "The men of the town are so silly that we can make them believe anything we please," said they. "Well, here is a gold ring," replied he, "and I will give it to the one amongst you who can make her husband believe the most impossible thing." And he left them. As soon as the first husband came home, his wife said to him, "Thou art sick." "Am I?" asked he. "Yes, thou art," she answered. "Take off thy clothes and lie down." So he did. And when he was in his bed, his wife went to him and said, "Thou art dead." "Oh, am I?" asked he. "Thou art," said she. "Shut thine eyes and stir neither hand nor foot." And dead he felt sure he was. Soon the second man came home, and his wife said to him, "You are not my husband." "Oh, am I not?" asked he. "No, it is not you," answered she. So he went away and slept in the wood. When the third man arrived, his wife gave him his supper, and after that he went to bed, just as usual. The next morning, a boy knocked at the door, bidding him attend the burial of the man who was dead. and he was just going to get up when his wife stopped him. "Time enough," said she. And he lay still till he heard the funeral passing the window. "Now rise and be quick," called the wife, and the man jumped out of bed in a great hurry and began to look about him. "Why, where are my clothes?" asked he. "Silly that you are. They are on your back, of course," answered the woman. "Are they?" said he. "They are," said she. "And make haste, lest the burying be ended before you get there." Then off he went, running hard. And when the mourners saw a man coming towards them with nothing on but his nightshirt, they forgot in their fright what they were there for, and fled to hide themselves. And the naked man stood alone at the head of the coffin. Very soon a man came out of the wood and spoke to him. "Do you know me?" "Not I," answered the naked man. "I do not know you." "But why are you naked?" asked the first man. "Am I naked? My wife told me that I had all my clothes on," answered he. "And my wife told me that I myself was dead," said the man in the coffin. But at the sound of his voice, the two men were so terrified that they ran straight home. And the man in the coffin got up and followed them. And it was his wife that gained the gold ring, as he had been sillier than the other two.